America's Day at the Races is sponsored by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Hopefully, you're laying on the couch enjoying some leftovers. What better place to be than Aqueduct? We've got 9 races for you live today on this beautiful Black Friday. And it's a great way to wrap up the Thanksgiving week. I'm your host, Jonathan Kinchin. I'm here with my friend, Richie Migliori, champion jockey, Richard Migliori. Mig, the feature today is the Grade 3 Fall Highweight. You've won a few of those in your career.
Yeah, I always liked the Fall Highweight. It's a race that they used to run the first weekend out of Saratoga when we got back to Belmont. Went and saw our Honorable Miss win it actually one year, so it's a race that's always high on my list. And for years, they started running the Fall Highweight on Thanksgiving Day. We don't run on Thanksgiving Day, so it's the day after, and it's a more appropriate spot because the horses get in heavier. Guys aren't heavy on Thanksgiving Day. They're heavy the day after Thanksgiving, so it's in a much better place.
I was going to ask you if you had any issues with the day after Thanksgiving with the weight. You got to figure the turkey might hold you back.
Once you wake up from your tryptophan coma, then you worry about taking the weight off.
No, it's going to be a fun race. Today's race is presented by Claiborne Farm. Race 3, the Fall Highweight we just talked about. Race 4, the start of the Pick 6, also a 2-year-old maiden special weight race. And then Race 5, the start of the late Pick 5. A nice little field put together here. The favorite, Durante, the winner of the Bold Ruler, excuse me. Here he is right here, 9-5 with Manny Franco. And if you take a look, which we will, at that Bold Ruler, Durante has that weapon that we like to talk about, that speed, wire to wire in the Bold Ruler.
And he's got an intense demeanor. When you watch him run, he almost runs what I call mean, right? His ears are pinned. He almost looks other horses in the eye and go, you don't want none of this. And he really gets horses to back off. He imposes his will, if you will. And Durante, when he wins, he doesn't win by noses. He's winning by 4, 5, 6 lengths. He's fast. Speed is always dangerous. There's a lot to like about Durante.
Richie, it is the high weight, the Fall Highweight, and he is carrying the high weight. Does that concern you at all for a horse with his style?
It really doesn't. Weight to me matters when there's a huge spread, and you're not getting as big a spread because the Fall Highweight was always a race that the theoretical high weight was supposed to be 140, and they'd work their way down. 134 for the Fall Highweight isn't a overbearing burden, if you will. So I think he's going to be very tough. There's some other speed in here he's going to have to deal with. He has shown the ability to sit just off it if necessary, but he's a horse, Jonathan, if I was riding him, I would never take anything away that comes easy.
Yeah, and I mean, look, you talk about the high weight, him having other speed in there to deal with, but Rodney, he's not carrying nothing. He's carrying 130, so he's right there with him. I guess there's a world in which it could set up nicely for someone else from off the pace, but nonetheless, it's going to be an exciting addition of the Grade 3 Fall Highway.
Yeah, no, it really is. But again, I think getting back to the point, it's a 4-pound spread. It's one thing if he was carrying 134 and Rodney was carrying 120. Now you've got a substantial spread. I think when you talk about 4 pounds with a thoroughbred racehorse, it's like me running with a Snickers bar in my pocket or not. I mean, I think that's negligible.
Well, speak for yourself. If I ran with a Snickers bar in my pocket, that could be a little bit of a problem. Running anywhere could be a problem for me after all the food that I ate yesterday. Join Naira Bets today and play the action on our program and more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code MATCH200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at nairabets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. The field for race 1. For majority of the betting early, the 4, Don't Listen was the favorite, but now we've got the 6, Extra Dirty, which I'm assuming was referring to a martini.
Yeah, I would think so. When I was partaking, I liked mine neat. I liked it cleaner.
Nice race to get started. Rick Dutro with the 2 by the glass. Two-time Breeders' Cup Classic winner Rick Dutro was away from the game for 10 years, but he's coming back with a vengeance, and he's making a lot of noise on the biggest stages in racing.
Nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness. off Will. That's a photo for the win. Hey, 650,000.
War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Danzig was a Woody Stevens special that he called Seth one day after he was 3 for 3 and was fast and had a problem and looked like he was going to have to retire him, and said, "You need to stand this horse." And he talked him into doing it, and he turned out to be one of the premier stallions of his time.
Danzig's one of the legends of Claiborne, and his influence is far and wide throughout the thoroughbred gene pool today. And you'll look through and see a great influence of Danzig, and we're just trying to keep it going here at Claiborne with Silver State, War of Will, and Warfront. So we feel like we're in a great position, especially with War of Will and Silver State, to keep it going. We love War of Will's foals. Like I said, Silver State has a great book of mares, and he's going to have a really big chance of continuing that legacy.
The Danzig line 10 years ago, 15 years ago, people weren't sure what it was going to do. And it's still continuing on with Hard Spun and Warfront, who now the sons of Warfront are looking like they could be really okay on a number of fronts. So that was one of the reasons for War of Will, plus the fact he won a classic on the dirt with the Preakness, and then come back and win a grade 1 on the dirt or on the turf at a mile. So he's a big, pretty horse. He's gotten well supported, and Mr. Barber's bred a lot of very, very nice mares to him, and the offspring are good so far.
America's Day at the Races is brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Meg White Ovario seen a couple of weeks ago winning the Breeders' Cup Classic for Rick Dutro out at San Anita Park. A short campaign this year, but he's won some big races. I would argue two of the top 5 most important races in North American.
Yeah, to me, the Whitney and the Breeders' Cup Classic carry more weight than anybody else's resume. Cody's Wish put together a tremendous resume. For me, I would lean towards White Barrio, again, on the strength of that Whitney Breeders' Cup Classic double. And what an absolute perfect trip he got under Irad Ortiz. You know, he was able to save ground around the first turn, eased out to the clear down the backstretch, and really never looked like he was going to lose the race, always traveling.
Yeah, look, I think White Barrio is going to win, but I got to be honest, it's going to be close, I think, between him and Cody's Wish. Idiomatic, look, she's got a great resume. When you look at it on paper, you got to think to yourself, wow, she sure deserves it. But I think Cody's Wish or White Barrio will be the winner. Cody's Wish is going to probably have a little bit of a sentimental vote, I would think.
Sure.
And I think that could make it even closer. But you lean White Barrio.
I lean White Barrio. I have no trouble with either Cody's Wish or White Barrio winning it. Idiomatic had a tremendous campaign. But historically, when fillies and mares win the Horse of the Year title, it's because they've stepped out against males. They didn't stay in their division restricted just to females. Now, she has a tremendous resume, but she didn't check that box. And to me, yes, she'll be the champion, but I just don't see her as Horse of the Year because she didn't face males or step out of her comfort zone.
Well, Rick Dutro looking to win that Eclipse Award with White Barrio. He's got the 2 by the glass in here, but the most important thing that I'm going to do all day, the third and the most important part of our team, the one, the only, Maggie Wolfendale.
Oh, I'm blushing down here, JK, as it is a cool, crisp, but beautiful fall day for all of us to nurse our turkey hangovers as we kick things off here in this first race with this maiden claimer. And the 2 horses taking the bulk of the play, both coming out of maiden claimers. Though I will say from my perspective, I do feel as though there's more upside when dealing with the second-time starter, number 2, by the glass, as she just feels like, now she's one I didn't get to see in that debut, but she also feels like 6 furlongs is going to be better than the 7, so therefore she kind of has that stamina. And she broke well. She was very professional while sitting behind the pace first time out. She tipped out entering the stretch, and then she just kind of ran evenly. So hinting to me that A, she probably needed the start for fitness, and B, less ground's going to be better. She's gotten sharper, too, as time has gone on here in the paddock. She still looks as though a race would be beneficial from a fitness standpoint, but I think she's fit enough here. And I just think that, like I said, for me, with the distance between her and Extra Dirty, I prefer her at the 6 furlongs. But she has some other rivals in here to face, and coming in from the Mid-Atlantic for Jorge Duarte is number 4, Don't Listen. Now, she's been pretty quick, and she projects to be the speed of the speed in here with the scratch of number 7, Unheard. So she could be the one that they're trying to reel in. Now, she certainly doesn't give the impression of being that quick because she's actually very long and scopy, and nothing about her says sprinter, though she does come in here incredibly fit. We'll see what she does. She could be dangerous, like I said. The one I'm kind of most interested in, though, is number 5, Dorothy's Dream, the main drop down in here for John Terranova. She's more settled than I've ever seen her. She's stronger than I've ever seen her. She's not a turf horse, and I think this condition suits her well. Now, in that debut, when her only time sprinting on the main track, it was a pace collapse, but I like the fact that she showed a bit more speed in that turf sprint last time out. Jonathan?
Thanks, Mags. Richie, with these 2-year-olds at this time of the year, they're basically 3-year-olds at this point, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're getting there. It depends. You know, you get a later foal. They might not have been born until, May or late April. But, yeah, I mean, they've got more physical maturity going on.
We'll get started with the 18-to-1 shot, the 1 Natural Fact.
Yeah, bred by George Krikorian. They sold this one, but they kept just FYI. Philly had a nice breeze at OBS.
The 2 owned by Matt Miller, by the glass.
Yeah, ran extremely well on debut and could take a step forward.
The 4 Don't Listen.
Interesting comments from Maggie for a filly that's shown good speed, has some scope to her.
The 5 comes from a nice family, has some nice siblings, Dorothy's Dream.
Now, that's who I like. I think she's just very well spotted here, dropping in for the tag for the first time.
And the 6, Extra Dirty.
Yeah, has run some very nice races, and her last race points her out that she certainly belongs here. She actually finished in front of By the Glass, the Vino Rosso filly, drawn down towards the inside.
We love free things, especially on Black Friday. Follow along to get all the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free PPs on all the races on today's show. And we're going to take a look at the 6 Extra Dirty. I'd imagine there's a lot of people at home right now that are regretting some of those extra dirty martinis that they had yesterday while spending time with friends and family.
Might have been better off sticking to by the glass, right? Another restaurant term when you order wine by the glass. But Extra Dirty by Golden Sense, back-to-back Breeders' Cup Mile winner. And listen, she ran okay on debut in a maiden allowance race. A restricted maiden allowance, and then ran extremely well for the maiden 50. So now she's 75. I find that maiden 50, maiden 75 is negligible. I honestly think it's pretty much the same. It's like what race comes up at this time of year for horses that are appropriate. This was a very good run. It felt like she was going to go right on by. Now, was it a function of the other filly digging in, or did she hang a touch going the 7/8, and will the 6 furlongs actually enhance her finishing kick?
Yeah, she broke a little bit slow too. So at the start, in the pan, when you watch the replay, you can't fully tell that she broke slow, but she did break a little bit slow. And I got to be honest, this isn't necessarily one of those trainer changes I think people are cutting in line to bet. Maggie?
Yeah, JK, I would have to agree with that. But I do also agree with kind of your viewpoints when it comes to her last race. She did not have an ideal beginning, and then she kind of rushed up to track 3 wide, while Intella, as the favorite, was just kind of sitting that comfortable trip on the front end. Now, she is coming back wearing front wraps for the first time. And sometimes you're more inclined to, take these trainer chains off the claim when they're coming back on a short time in between races, but this one, it's a little over a month, actually a month and a half nearly, that we're seeing her. I will say she looked better out on the track, as Meg and I often talk about. You have different impressions once they get out on the track. She kind of came to life in the warm-up, which you like to see. She looks fine overall, but like I said, those front wraps going on for New Connections, sometimes I'm a little bit leery about that, as I do want to mention the kind of rank outsider in this 5-pack is number 1, Natural Fact, as Mig pointed out. A nice breeze. I'm wondering, though, if that's because it was a synthetic surface at OBS in which she looks turf meant. She's bred to be a turf horse. Unfortunate, I guess she just missed turf season. I don't know, but I just feel as though this is the wrong surface for a filly who's actually made a great impression otherwise. I mean, she's athletic. She's beautifully put together. She comes in here fit and well turned out from, a coat and health perspective. It just seems like this might not be what she ultimately wants to do, JK.
Thanks, Mags. Richie, I'm interested in the 4, Don't Listen. This is a horse who I thought ran extremely well last time, considering, and there's nothing wrong with having a rider like Manny Franco to try to get her around there, excuse me.
Every rider has strengths and weaknesses. Your better riders have less weaknesses and more strengths. Manny's game has just elevated every year. He's improved. Getting in with Chad Brown has been a huge boost to his confidence. And, as a rider, you have to believe you could win on the major stage at the highest level. And I think Manny has really found that confidence level and his physical strength. I would match him physically with any rider in North America.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think sometimes when you watch him, I remember seeing this summer at Saratoga, when you watch him in kind of that close-up angle when they come for home, he just has so much torque in his body. He looks like he's pushing harder than some of the other riders. He really puts his body into it. Athletic guy. We've seen him at those basketball games up at Saratoga. He's very talented.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think people have a hard time looking at jockeys in general as premier athletes because they're smaller than average people. But the fact of the matter is, and Dr. Carlin did studies out in California, pound for pound, they were the fittest, toughest athletes out there. So, when you got a rider like Manny who really gets underneath one, picks their head up, pushes, rides them through the wire, it's just such a benefit. And if I was in a fight to the finish back in the day, Ruben Hernandez used to put the fear of God in me because you'd get a neck on him and he'd start breathing through his nose. He sounded like a steam engine. He was going to come back and get you. I watch Manny Franco, and I see a lot of that kind of Ruben Hernandez strength in him.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're sitting on your couch, I dare you to stand up in your living room and just squat for the entire running of this race and tell me how you feel. And then imagine that you're having to balance yourself on a horse and you're having to push and hold on for safety. It's an unbelievable feat what you did and what these guys do.
Well, and you know, everything starts with your legs. Your legs are your foundation, but you also have to be very strong upper body-wise, and at the same time maintaining a weight that's probably not your natural weight. And it's not like a boxer. A boxer has a fight. He's got to fight at 135 pounds, let's say. He might be 150. He's got months to get down to that 135 and then rehydrate and get his nourishment before the fight. Jockey has to do that every single day, so you can't ride that yo-yo.
No, I have the utmost respect for what they do. Maggie going with the 5. Richie, you're with the 5. I'm going with the 4 here. I just think Don't Listen, based off of that last race at Laurel. Historically, you don't want to be on the inside at Laurel. It's not the best place to be. And this horse did spend a lot of time down there. So you'd like to think that they could probably take a little bit of a step forward, and there's nothing wrong with the 3-1. The 6 Extra Dirty looks like they're going to go off favored unless someone gets really excited about the 2 By the Glass here and takes one last punch there. But the 6 Extra Dirty will be the favorite for this first race. We got 2-year-old fillies, maiden claiming $75,000 with the call of the first. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Don't Listen is next. Two out. Dorothy's Dreams. And Extra Dirty. Is in. All set. And they're off. Step slow for By the Glass and also Natural Fact. The speed is with Don't Listen. Right out to the front has got a neck in front of Extra Dirty, who's engaged to the outside here from second. Just off of them is going to be Dorothy's Dreams. And a quick look over the left shoulder for Trevor McCarthy. Gets over to the rail. Is going to take that third position as they move at the backstretch. Don't Listen at 3-1 is 2.5 lengths clear and cruising on the front end right now for Manny Franco. Up on the outside, here comes Extra Dirty. Starts to move in closer. Now driven along towards the inside. That's Dorothy's Dreams. From the back, gets By the Glass, who starts to rally from the back with Natural Fact, who's the trailer. 22-4, and Don't Listen now being encouraged to pick up the tempo up front as they approach a quarter mile left to go. Extra Dirty still battles it out there to the outside of Dorothy's Dreams, who starts to slip in between rivals. Here comes Dorothy's Dreams into the 2 path, is in full pursuit of Don't Listen, who's now striding away though. Don't Listen gets the cue and is back up by 2. 3 widening lengths here for the final furlong. It is down to these 2. It's Don't Listen. Dorothy's Dreams has not given up the chase. It is still Don't Listen in front. Dorothy's Dreams will try one final time, is still 2 lengths back. Don't Listen wins the opener. Don't Listen, Manny Franco, they win the opener over Dorothy's Dreams. Then came a photo from Extra Dirty with By the Glass and Natural Fact in the opener in 1 minute 11-4.
Mig, when you give a rider like Manny Franco the lead and the way we talked about his ability to finish, it's a foregone conclusion when they turn for home.
Yeah, she's good speed right off the break. Gave her a nice little breather around the turn. Kicked away again, turning for home. Nice effort by the runner-up, Dorothy's Dreams. But America's day at the races exacta to start out the day. Your top selection on top, Maggie's and I's selection second, and that's the last time today I won't listen to you as Don't Listen gets it done.
No, look, it was very impressive. Look, we're talking about maiden claimers here, but the way that horse ran, I like to think a maiden special weight wouldn't have been a problem. The way that they ran there. Getting to the front end in dirt racing, it's a reminder when we stop on the turf here at Aqueduct with all the dirt racing, it's still just the greatest weapon in dirt racing is finding the front end.
Speed is always dangerous, and they've got to run where you've been. They might dealing with kickback, traffic. There's so many other things. When you're on the lead, you don't have to contend with any of that. And this filly, really nice effort. Kind of interesting, too. Jorge Duarte was a rider, a good rider, rode here as an apprentice, went to work for Al Goldberg, who was the private trainer for Colts Neck Stable. Al Goldberg, co-breeder of this filly, owned by Colts Neck, and now Jorge Duarte, the main trainer for Colts Neck Stable.
You got to think that that's an advantage, you know, as a trainer, to have that experience as a rider, to know what it feels like. You know, it's just the same as in sports, I think. You know, guys that played the game or girls that played the game are great coaches because they can relate to those players. And I think as an ex-rider, he can relate to his riders as well. In the morning, the guys that are galloping, guys and girls that are galloping, and then also the riders in the afternoon.
Let's say it's a different language you speak when you're talking to somebody that's ridden. So I think there's just in general, a greater understanding of what people are trying to convey to you about your horses. And I think, like Rudy Rodriguez gets on a lot of his own horses. It gives you an insight into how they're moving beyond what visually you can see.
Manny Franco, familiar with that enclosure, the winner's circle that he's walking into right there. There he is, big finish on a horse that found the front end.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. Fast horse, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gunrunner, same ability and talent. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
His name is Cyberknife!
Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. He could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a utopia of healing for equines and humans, offering revolutionary, customized equine care using state-of-the-art imaging and therapeutic technologies for horses of all disciplines. Immerse yourself in tranquility in our sacred spa, offering specialized spa treatments and holistic therapies to refresh and rejuvenate among tranquil mountain views. Start your journey to wellness. Visit gmpfarm.net and sacredspaandwellness.com to schedule a treatment today.
Welcome back to this Black Friday edition of America's Day at the Races here on FS2. Well, the opener went to the speedy Don't Listen for Jorge Duarte, Colts Neck Stable, and the man to my right, Manny Franco, meets leading rider. As Manny, kind of simplifying things, she looked like the main speed on paper, and you certainly didn't take anything away from her.
Yeah, that's what I did. I looked at the paper. She showed speed in her 2 races. And I just went with the plan. I just went to the lead and glad we get it done.
I was asking you, we were talking about Jorge Duarte as a former rider himself. When you ride for people who have ridden in races, is it a different kind of relationship? Is it a different type of, pre-race game plan?
Probably because they know the game. So I think he told me to break sharp. If she's on the lead, just let him be on the lead. If somebody wants to go, just sit. So I went with the plan A. I just went to the lead and she holds on.
Love a plan A win, as I think you'll be trying to do the same thing a little bit later in the fall Highweight with Durante. He's a horse that is so quick out of the gate, runs with his head a little high. Is that a little awkward to be sitting behind?
Yeah, a little bit, because he kind of, it's a little bit, I'd say a little bit uncomfortable. Yeah. with the way he throw the head, but at the same time he's running, and he's a good horse. So hopefully get a good trip, and good break, and go from there. See what we got.
He's the Highweight, 134 pounds you have to carry. What do you have to add? Because obviously you're a lot lighter than that. What do you have to add to get that weight?
A lot of weight and some pad too. They come some pad that we have, and I think that helped to get there.
The big saddle too, right?
Exactly.
Oh, Manny, keep things rolling here. Congrats on the first.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, always a pleasure to catch up with Manny Franco. He'll be reunited with Durante a little bit later here, JK, and looking for their fourth win together.
Thanks, Mags. Mig, he mentioned they're trying to get that weight, right? Obviously, he doesn't weigh 134 pounds. He's going to have to find it somewhere.
Well, you have different size saddles. As Don't Listen paid $830. Dorothy's Dream Exacta came back $1360. America's Day at the Race Exacta. As a rider, you probably have 10 or 12 different saddles, ranging from the tiniest ones at 1.5 pounds, just to, something to kind of hang the stirrups on, all the way up to big saddles that you have made to ride the Kentucky Derby at 126, to ride races like the Fall Highweight. I had a beautiful saddle made with leather, MIG embroidered in the side, and I lent it to somebody to ride in an amateur race, and that was the last time I saw that saddle. So that goes under the heading, no good deed goes unpunished.
If anyone knows where Mig's saddle is, you can just send it here to Aqueduct. We'll make sure that he gets it.
If the person's watching, you know who you are.
Well, I'm sure you'd like to have that one to hang up on the wall somewhere. Race 2, $40,000 claimer, and a pretty heavy favorite here with the 4, You Better Be Joking.
Manny Franco, look at his sweep the double, and he has been on fire. That was his 221st winner of this year.
So impressive. What a great year for Manny. Coming up tomorrow, we've got the Comely with Raging Sea. She's still looking for her first graded stakes win, although she is grade 1 placed a few times.
She won by better than 10 lengths. Idiomatic, a huge performance all the way.
1-2, moving for the 16th pole. Clariere on the outside continues to gain. Search results trying to hold off Clariere. Here comes Clariere. Search results right there. It's the courageous Clariere to win the Ogden Phipps.
Curlin, the classic sire.
Gainesway encompasses 1,500 acres of the finest bluegrass land in Kentucky. The property includes the former Green Tree Stud in Whitney Farm and is home to Tappet. Tappet has emerged as one of the most influential and breed-shaping stallions of the past half-century.
Well, Tappet has been an absolutely amazing horse for us, probably the best horse that's ever been at Gainesway for over 100 years. He's made us look really good at Gainesway.
Tappet's shoulders are broad. He's really taken Gainesway to a new level. He's just made us appreciate what a horse like him can do for the farm.
He's produced incredible runners year after year after year. You had Flightline, who's one of the best horses I've ever seen in my whole life.
It is Flightline. It is spine-tingling, jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring, Secretariat-like Breeders' Cup Classic win.
We're happy that he's still going strong, but it just reminds us that we'd love to find a horse remotely as good to fill his shoes. And this is Mr. Beck's goal, to increase our chances at that and bring more horses into syndicate structure.
Gainesway roster's a young, up-and-coming roster. Clearly we have Tappet as the anchor, but we've got Olympiad, Drain the Clock as new horses. We've got McKenzie, Spun to Run, Raging Bull, all have weanlings or yearlings still. It's a young roster with full of possibilities.
I'm so happy we took a shot on McKenzie. He's rewarded our faith in him so far. He's bred full books for 3 years at stud, which is kind of rare these days. And his first crop of weanlings were very well accepted at the sales. We think he's got a big shot. We're really excited to see what he's going to do.
Gainesway strives for excellence, both on the racetrack and in the sales ring. Its general manager, Brian Graves, grew up around promising thoroughbreds. Brian's father, Bill, longtime Fasig-Tipton vice president, introduced him to the game.
I think our success with Fasig-Tipton was grown organically. So when I came to Gainesway in my early 20s, one of my driving desires was to create a consignment business. And so naturally, my father and I would work together. And I discovered the magic of Saratoga during those early years and what kind of horse can thrive there.
Now that's what the Tappets are supposed to look like, just like his dad, who of course is the leading sire in North America and has held that position pretty much since his first full crop hit the racetrack.
Gainesway's always tried to focus on quality, whether it be our sale consignments or the stallions we bring in. It's Mr. Beck's idea that we should focus on quality, and we try to help our clients achieve as much success as possible, and I get a big kick out of that.
Ruffian in front by 2.5 lengths with Aunt Gin on the outside second. Proud Delta along the rail is third. Point in Time and Mirthful Flirt, and down the stretch Ruffian has the lead by 5 lengths. Aunt Gin is second, Proud Delta and Point in Time. As they move to the 16th pole, it's Ruffian in front by 7. Ruffian going easily in front.
Richie, I was -7 years old when Ruffian ran. How good was she?
Best filly or mare I ever saw. She did things with such consummate ease, and you know, when I talk about it's not how fast you're going, it's how you're going fast. Look at the way she ran 108 and 4, finished up 7 furlongs and 121 and 1. She didn't always change her lead. She did this day in the Comely. Cinto Vasquez talked about her with reverent tones. You know, he rode a lot of great horses over the years, and he said nothing could ever compare to her. And kept pretty good company there with some filly champions there that also won the Comely.
Yeah, went on to become champion. This race restricted to 3-year-old fillies. I don't think there's necessarily a Ruffian in this group, but I do think that is a nice competitive field going 1 1/8 mile.
Well, back then the Comely was 7 furlongs, and it was a prep race basically for the Acorn Stakes, right, to start the Philly Triple Crown. The schedule's been shuffled, rearranged. It's now 1 1/8 at the end of the year, so it's kind of a completely different race.
Yeah, Raging Sea, the morning line favorite. Look, she's never won a graded stake, but she has been competitive in her comeback race, and this allowance from the summer shows that she's kind of pointed in the right direction.
Oh, absolutely. And the fact that she has a win in a second at the 1 1/8 distance. Not all horses want to go 2 turns a 1 1/8. She's proven that she's proficient at that. She's run fast enough figures. She's drawn outside, which I don't love going 2 turns a 1 1/8, but she's tactical and she'll put herself in a good spot. And you get, man, we've been talking quite a bit about Manny Franco.
With that grindy type of style, though, I think that being drawn outside, at least she's going to finish her race. And if she does happen to lose a little bit of ground, which I'm sure that they hope that she doesn't, I do hope and think that she could finish it. But it is a tough field. She's got to deal with Raging Sea, but not only Raging Sea, Mags, she has to deal with Just Catherine as well.
Yeah, Just Catherine is a horse who really kind of broke onto the scene a bit up in Saratoga when she finished second to Randomize in the Wilton. And Randomize, of course, would go on to win the Alabama, then the Beldame, and a game runner-up finish in the Breeders' Cup Distaff. But Just Catherine's connections of Jose Jimenez and his son and assistant Al Jimenez has said that they believe that when they've tried the stakes, the greatest stakes with her, that they were running her back too quickly. And in fact, she ran back from the allowance in which she won at Saratoga to the Cotillion in only 19 days. Well, now she's going to have at least 2 months in between races, and they believe that giving another try to this greatest stakes in the Comely is going to just set her up a bit better. I'm also hoping that they keep her a little bit closer, because when she's gotten shuffled back, and to be fair, in that Cotillion, it was the wettest of wet tracks you could possibly imagine. So she may have not just handled it either, but hopefully they keep her close and involved, because I think her better performances come, JK, when she can be tactical. So looking forward to seeing what Just Catherine does. A horse that began her career in mediocrity. She's trying to achieve some black type here in this Comely.
Thanks, Mags. I can tell you one horse that could be worth a lot of money if she can win this race, and that's the 2, Julia Shining. You can't really have a better pedigree than she has?
No, it's very strong pedigree. Being by Curlin, out of Dreaming of Julia, if she's already got intrinsic value to her. She'll enhance her value if she was able to get this stakes win under her belt. Bit of a bicycle horse. Rider's not pedaling, she's not running. I think she gets a good rider in Kendrick Carmouche, understanding those kind of horses and what needs to be done to get the best out of them. And we've seen, Kendrick step up and pinch hit in these positions so often with so much success. I wonder when it's his turn to bat cleanup instead of being the pinch hitter.
Well, maybe Julia Shining ran into her sister at Thanksgiving, Malafat, and they had a good talk, and maybe she's kind of figured it out. Race 2, the favorite in here, come up a little bit, was 2-5 at the first flash, now even money. You Better Be Joking. Gets Lasix for the first time, and a horse that was in at stake second time out for George Weaver, now is in for the tag.
Yeah, I mean, we're not pass and go. We're going right for the tag. We're not going to try allowance races. But listen, George Weaver has had a tremendous year. He's having a terrific Aqueduct stand here. And, this horse faced much better in a race like the Hutchison.
Right. We talked about trainer changes, the 7 quick hammer towards the outside. A trainer change of note was with Brad Cox previously, now with Chad Summers. Chad, 12% trainer this year, 11% trainer in his career. Not exactly a positive trainer change.
No, the horse is well posted and has run consistent figures. And, it is, at the end of the day, it is horse racing. You still have to have the horse flesh to produce.
The rider of the 6, Lane Luzzy, got his first win, career win in New York last Friday. Richie, do you remember your first career win in New York?
My first career win in New York was on Halloween 1980 on a filly named Got the Message, a first-time starter for Steve DeMauro, owned and bred. And it was great to see Lane get this win, though. He really, to me, he's such a complete rider. And the time he spent honing his craft in places like Lone Star and Remington, it was a high time for him to come home. And I've known him since he's a baby, and I just love everything I'm seeing. He's like a clone of his dad, Mike Luzzy, on a horse.
Excuse me, did they throw stuff on you, Mig, when you won your first race?
No, I'd already won a race at Meadowlands before that, and when they went to do it to me there, I said, no, I won in New York, so nobody ever got me.
7-1 on the 1 Red DGP.
Yeah, you get apprentice Louis Rivera Jr., who's been very impressive lately, and I think this horse's run race is good enough to be competitive here.
The 2 Blue Plate Special with Jose Ortiz.
Feels like you're going to have to improve. He's going to have to improve a little bit.
The 4 You Better Be Joking has gone by. We'll go to the 5 Return the Ring.
Yeah, last race leaves a lot to be desired back in August, but has races last year, actually 2 years ago, that were good enough.
The 6 Shorts in the winter. Something tells me you're on the farm in shorts all the time in the winter.
No, not me. I'm not a shorts guy. My legs are too ugly.
And the 7 Quick Hammer with the trainer change to Chad Summers.
Yeah, you get apprentice Matty Olver, who had a nice summer at Monmouth Park and well posted from the outside and has tactical speed. Doesn't need to be involved, but should be forward.
And we've got the 4 You Better Be Joking, getting the Lasix for the first time we talked about. This feels like a little bit of a give-up move to me, Meg. This horse at one point was, 1 first out. Then George Weaver goes into that 3-year-old stake to Hutchinson, has a long break, and then shows up here for a tag.
Yeah, I mean, it's just they're not waiting to see if this horse is going to be able to, find this. We're going to be more realistic about this thing. Listen, being a top horse trainer is equal parts horsemanship and management and understanding where your horses need to compete to be competitive. You don't want to. You can run a horse over his head. They can run the race of their life and finish 5th, and it's just not fair to the horses. That's how horses get injured, in my estimation, because they're digging in, they're trying too hard. Make it easy on them.
Yeah, I mean, it's George Weaver is I think there's different types of trainers, right? There's straight horsemen, there's straight kind of, businessmen, handicapper types. George Weaver's both of those. He's a great handicapper. I think that he places his horses extremely well, and he's seeing the ball extremely well. I mean, he's having an outstanding year. He's having an outstanding, meet here at Aqueduct, but he's also having an outstanding run with 2-year-olds. Mags?
He really is. I mean, as I said a couple weeks ago, it's George Weaver's world, and we're just living in it as he'll send out another likely winner here, and You Better Be Joking. And I think they're ultimately just being realistic with a horse who, despite winning first time out, was with a very slow figure, and then coming back in that stake ran the exact same thing. So he might improve a little bit here now as a later 3-year-old, but at the end of the day, I think, the proof is in the numbers. But on the flip side of that, he also kind of just looks like a different class of physical relative to the competition he's facing here today. He's bigger, he's stronger, he's incredibly fit and well-muscled coming back here, and he just has a little more of an air of class about him. Watching him warm up, loved everything I saw from him. So he is you would have to think, going to have to run faster to win this race than those 2 efforts first time out. But by the looks of things, he's set to do so here, as we'll check in with another layoff runner. Down on the rail is Red DGP, a New York bred, and yes, he's run for maiden 40 or maiden 30, but once you kind of break your maiden for those maiden claimers, if anything, you're worth half of that, and they're stepping him up here, so still not convinced that he's in quite the right condition. But I will say this about him. He continues to progress now as a later 4-year-old. He's kind of really starting to reach that full physical potential in that he's bigger and stronger and has filled into his frame a bit and looks incredibly fit and also really strong behind the saddle. He's gotten kind of a relaxed warm-up, but a good one. Luis Rivera just kind of petting him, letting him jog off, take his time, and get into this warm-up that we're seeing here take place on the track. And he just seems like a happy horse. He seemed like a happy horse back in the paddock, out in the racetrack. So one that I felt as though could run a bit better than what his form would suggest, and really his last 3 races before the break make him a legitimate player here, as we'll take a look at the outside horse who may very well work out to be the speed in number 7 Quick Hammer, and if the first race is any indication, that could be a seriously dangerous weapon. He's a little bit on the smaller side, being a later 3-year-old, but otherwise looks fit, strong, and it's not that big of a layoff. We just haven't seen him since the mid-September. Otherwise, he looks good. I have no problems with him. And with Matty Oliver, you would have to think that the game plan is just go to the lead and see how far you can take him, JK.
Thanks, Maggie. Meg, when it comes to the 4, You Better Be Joking, who gets the Lasix for the first time, this is one of those horses where, or one of those situations where when an owner is the trainer, right? George Weaver listed as on the ownership line.
Right.
I'm a little bit more comfortable with aggressive placements because I think that the trainers are realistic. They know what they have. They understand the business. Sometimes owners will want to hold on. Oh, let's see what this horse can turn into. George is being realistic, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point because owners have a tendency to inhibit a trainer's decision-making about where a horse should be placed. Not all of them, obviously, but there are a certain number of owners that they get emotionally attached, and they're like, well, I don't want to lose this horse. I want to keep him. I want to see where he might take us. And you have to be realistic. I've always been a firm believer, Jonathan, that every horse has so many A efforts in them, their best efforts. Obviously, your better horses have more of those A efforts. It's your best trainers get wins out of horses with their B, C, even D efforts so that when they need to go to that A effort, it's still there. They're not going to run out of those efforts if they're managed properly.
Yeah, I mean, if you just look at it from a financial standpoint, right? I mean, if the horse gets claimed, they win the race, $40,000, and then you get the winner's share of $45,000 purse. It's a good business decision for George in this situation and in his ownership group that he's got to run this horse in a spot where he can win. And a lot of times, if you run a horse, if he continues to run this horse above his head, like you mentioned, unfortunate things could happen. But also, you dirty up the forum that when you do drop the horse, no one's going to claim the horse from you.
Well, that's it. And you need turnover. Every racing stable needs turnover, meaning you got to change your stock. And some horses will almost get in a rut in one barn. They change, to another barn. And it's never an indictment of former connections when a horse goes on and does well. Sometimes horses respond to just a little bit of a change, a little bit of a different training regimen, a little bit of a different feed program. And sometimes you just don't hit on something and someone else picks up on it. Good horsemen have lost good horses that have gone on and done well.
No, it happens all the time, and it doesn't necessarily say much about the previous trainer. It's just like you said, circumstances can sometimes change. The 7 Quick Hammer taking some late money here on the outside, who is now the favorite instead of the 4. Race 2, claiming 40,000, 6 furlongs. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
And Quick Hammer. Quick Hammer goes in. All set. And they're off. Squeeze at the start was Blue Plate Special. Who's the trailer? Red DGP has got early speed, and You Better Be Joking. And these two move quickly up top, and they are 5 across the racetrack here in the early stages. Quick Hammer's in there, Shorts in the Winter, and in between horses there is Return the Ring. At the back, that's Blue Plate Special, but it was 5 of them across the track. And now backing out of that is going to be Return the Ring, who's back to the 5th spot. They sort themselves out, and they move quickly. 22 and 3, pressured on the front end. 4 across the racetrack. At the rail, it's Red DGP. You Better Be Joking is in the 2 path. 3 wide, that's Shorts in the Winter. Quick Hammer is going to be 4 wide. Return the Ring, dropped off of that early tempo, is now within about a length and a half of that quartet as they approach a quarter mile left to go. 4 wide here in hand, it's Quick Hammer. Quick Hammer now gets the cue and kicks for home. Return the Ring is ranging up on the outside, also battling on still at the rail. That's Red DGP. It's Quick Hammer who's in front. Trying to hold off an oncoming Return the Ring, who's making up some moderate ground, and here comes Return the Ring now. It's Return the Ring to the outside of Quick Hammer. It's a late run from Blue Plate Special. Return the Ring, Red DGP with a late lunge. Return the Ring gets the win. Return the Ring wins it over Red DGP, who did come back and get second over Quick Hammer. Final running time, 1 minute 11 and 4.
Richie, early in the race, there were 5 across the track, and one horse decided to take back. I don't know if they decided to take back, kind of checked out of there. The 5, Return the Ring with Dylan Davis. It happened to be that was the winning trip.
Well, and you see 4 horses stacked across the track, going quickly and chewing on each other, and then you look right behind them, and behind that wall of horses was a heads-up ride by Dylan Davis, and it made all the difference. Listen, I like Matty Over a lot. You can't just sit there 4 or 5 wide head for the lead. You've either got to go on or you've got to tuck in. Dylan right here, easing back out of the spot, and as a rider, you're going, oh boy, it doesn't get better than this. You can't not get a better setup. Watching these 4 horses, this phalanx of horses across the track, And this is something for Maddie to learn from. You can't make a horse run the entire turn that wide, battling for the lead and expect to have anything left in the tank.
Yeah, it's almost like she went 6.5 furlongs in this race. Mick, what do you do in that situation, though? Do you try to go on with it and find and try to run them off their feet? Do you try to take back and tuck when you're already kind of stuck in that position?
Well, at that point, I would have gone on. You especially a horse that can be forward, has speed. Take it away from them. Squeeze them down. Let them know, guys, I'm coming over. You're going to get out of there because I'm going to take that ground. You can't just sit there. You have to make a decision. There are times for riders to be a pilot and times to be a passenger. This was a time needed to be a pilot.
Well, look, it seems like George Weaver was right with his decision with the 4, You Better Be Joking, who didn't do much running. Got hooked up in that pace, but a couple of the horses that were involved in the pace stuck around. So I would say that would be a negative for the 4, the second choice in here, You Better Be Joking.
What about the effort from the red DGP, the 1 horse, who was part of that, was towards the inside, obviously got the safe ground, but actually was trying to come back at the end after, the perfect trip, return the ring, went on by. So nice to see Eddie Barker get a win for Irish Smith Stables, but an absolute perfect trip made the difference.
Yeah, I mean, it was an outstanding trip and an outstanding ride by Dylan Davis on the 5, Return the Ring. When he was rolling down the middle of the track, it kind of reminded me a little bit of Elite Power. No, I'm not comparing those two. I'm just saying their running styles, taking back, making that one run down the middle of the track. Hall of Famer Bill Mott having an outstanding year with some really, really big wins from horses like Cody's Wish and Elite Power.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Tonalist, a 4-time Grade 1 winner with 11 triple-digit buyers, including the Belmont Stakes and the Cigar Mile. He's already living up to his potential as a sire with multiple graded stakes winners, including Grade 1 winner Country Grammar and Grade 2 winner Tonalist Shape, plus multiple 6-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Tonalist, standing at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to the show. It's America's Day at the Races, and we are proudly brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with your Naira Bets account. 9-1 if you did on Return the Ring, guided to victory by Dylan Davis and conditioned for this win by Eddie Barker, who joins me now. And Eddie, as you said, didn't get claimed despite all the layoffs, because of the layoffs, I should say. A horse that you've ultimately had to be very patient with.
Yes, this horse was meant to be a really good horse. Broke his maiden first time out by 6 or 7. Got beat a nose into Jimmy Winfield, and we gave him some time off, about 6 or 8 months to grow up, and we brought him back just about ready to run, and they were cutting trees behind the barn with chainsaws, and he hurt his pelvis, so we had, and thank God that Mrs. Smith, Irish Smith, gives the horses plenty of time, and she's she's a really, really patient owner. And, I really appreciate her giving me the time, because this horse was meant to be a really good horse. And, we saw this spot and figured with the layoff and this and that, and we had a chance. I just wasn't sure if I had him tight enough, to tell you the truth, because this race came up a little bit faster than I thought it would, But anyway, I think Dylan gave him a great ride.
Well, talk about that ride, because there seemed as though not a sense of urgency to get to the lead, but everybody was content to sit there. And he said, you know what, let me take back as they approach that turn.
Well, I said to Dylan, I said, Dylan, these jocks are going to think that Speed's giant here because of the first race. I said, to me, it looks like the 4 and 7 are definitely going. I would just sit behind them and be as patient as you can. And then the next thing you know, the 1 went, the 2 went, the this went, and we were sitting in the catbird seat. Basically, if he was tight enough, he was going to win the race. And I'm glad he was.
Well, job well done, patience paying off, and congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, Return the Ring will be returning to the Barker Barn as they get the win here with the horse that patience prevailed. JK?
No, it was he nailed it. It was a great ride by Dylan. And one thing I heard in that interview is that he was concerned that Return the Ring might not have been tight enough. I'd like to see that horse in his next start probably be a little bit tighter.
Could take another step forward. And his 2 good races when he started his career, breaking his maiden and then running second in the Jimmy Wingfield, he was up involved in the pace. So nice to see this dimension of him being able to sit just off of horses and take that kickback and still finish.
The Grade 3 Fall Highweight coming up in Race 3. Bold Journey taking some early money, and according to the color-coded odds, is the favorite. I'm looking at the other feed here in front of the 4 Durante. Bold Journey, trained by Hall of Famer Bill Mott. Bill Mott's having an outstanding year with some really, really cool horses.
It's an incredible year, incredible Breeders' Cup. I thought going into Saratoga, watching horses train, Bill Mott had a very strong contingent of 2-year-olds, and now he's got the 2-year-old Philly champion, and just FYI. But his Breeders' Cup weekend was just absolutely sensational.
Outstanding, and he's got a handful or 2 handfuls of Grade 1 wins, but it's some important ones, right? The Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile with Cody's Wish, the Met Mile with Cody's Wish, the 4-go, the Breeders' Cup Sprint with Elite Power, and then a foregone conclusion who the 2-year-old champion Philly will be, and that will be just FYI. But here's Cody's Wish, who got into a dogfight with the Preakness winner, National Treasure, in this Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile.
That National Treasure was hickory. He did not want to get past. Very strong finish from Flavian Pratt. Flavian doing a little bit of that elbowing stuff I'm not a big fan of. It's kind of a new thing in his repertoire. What a sensational ride Cody's Wish got from Junior Alvarado. This is a horse that's shown he does his best running when he's outside. If Junior didn't save all that ground sliding up along the inside around the far turn before tipping out, if he had parked him wide throughout, there's no way he wins this race. This was an absolutely flawless ride. It shows the confidence that Junior had not only in Cody's Wish, but in Bill Mott. And when you have a jockey and trainer combination that have a lot of confidence in each other, they are going to overachieve. They are going to have success.
I'm determined that this horse didn't have any issue with 2 turns. He won the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile 2 turns. I just don't think that Whitney, when he went a mile and an 1/8 this summer, I just don't think he was himself that day, and I think that that's why he got beat, not because of the distance.
I agree with you. I watched him warm up that day for the Whitney. He just didn't seem like himself. He seemed agitated. He's a horse that is high energy, can act up a bit at the gate, but this was different. This was a horse that was kind of telling me he wasn't happy on the day. I really think he would get a mile and an 1/8, and certainly 2 turns. He's 2 wins around 2 turns. His Breeders' Cup miles, both at Keeneland and Santa Anita. Tremendous racehorse. Looking forward to see what he could do as a sire.
Yeah, and his stablemate Elite Power had a heck of a year as well, capping it off with another back-to-back Breeders' Cup sprint performance. This is one of those situations I'm mad at myself that I did not make a larger wager on Elite Power. I loved him all week, and I got a little gun-shy late.
Well, again, another sensational ride from Irad Ortiz. Was able to get position right away, put him in the right spot, and finish. And it's so interesting, we talk about Curlin as a sire, Hillendale Farm, Hillendale at Alapa, excuse me. He gets horses in all shapes and sizes. The common denominator, they can run.
No, absolutely. And Elite Power, I think, was a little bit forgotten because of his of how dominant of a year he's had because he was beat by Gunite in the four-go. I think that 6 furlongs hit him right between the eyes. Mig, we actually talked about the race prior on Breeders' Cup week, and I just thought that 6 furlongs was going to hit him right between the eyes with real pace to close into. And that's exactly what happened.
Well, yeah, I mean, he was beaten by Gunite when he had to play Gunite's game, right? Slower pace, going 7 furlongs. Unbelievable ride by Tyler Gaffione, giving him the inside, maybe putting him in a position he wasn't as comfortable with. He's another horse that shows that he's better when he gets out in the clear. But no doubt, the way he finished the deal, he was the dominant horse on the day.
And look, it's not a grade 1, but it is a grade 3. It is a Thanksgiving tradition, the fall Highweight, and Bill Mott has, as of right now, almost has the favorite, the one Bold Journey drawn towards the inside. He's going to have to deal with some other horses in here that might try to make his trip tough, but he's in here with a chance at 9-5.
What's better than one fill? 2 fills.
That was a keen turn of speed.
2 stakes wins at 2.
And it's 2 fills.
2 5.5 Ragozins.
And the son of hard spun.
2 105 buyers, including the Kentucky Derby.
And a passion run by 2 fills.
In the last 15 derbies, no horse has been faster.
This is a serious 3-year-old.
And at 12.5, you'd better book fast. 2 fills, this year's fastest 3-year-old around 2 turns.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
As the field turns for home, off Rashad, wide off the turn. Nizamp with 46 1/5 seconds. Sir Grilly coming on the outside. Introspect is coming up the rail. Migliori works on off Rashad for that final furlong, still holding on. Introspect second, Sir Grilly third. Now second coming down to the line. Off Rashad in front, and Sir Grilly off Rashad, a 1-length winner.
What do they call that, Mig? Getting Miggy with it?
Getting Miggy with it. Rashad, he was a pretty cool horse, very fast. One of the rankest horses I ever sat on in my life. Worked with Rick Matee, assistant to Saeed bin Saror, Henry Spiller, who's training now on his own in England. And we got him going proper. It was a time he would try to get out really bad. You see him getting after him left-handed and had more than enough left to hold off the runner-up, trained by Jimmy Jerkins, who's lighting it up in Saudi Arabia, doing incredible work over there.
Looks like that was a messy day.
It was cold and raw and wet, and I flew back from California to ride him. My son Joseph ran in the turkey trot that morning, and it was like just so cold and but like I say, it's always warm in the winter circle.
Always warm in the winter circle. Mig, wire to wire. We might see a wire to wire finish here. We've got a couple horses with some speed. Rotney right now is the favorite, a horse that I would project will try to find the front end, but going to have to deal with the 4 Durante, Mags.
Right, JK, as today, not like that day that Mig won this fall Highweight. It's gorgeous, actually warming up quite nicely here in the paddock, as we'll take a look at a horse that might be the speed of the speed. And while Rotney, who is your current favorite, looks absolutely fantastic, much like he did going back to that Hudson, I do want to talk about Durante, as JK alluded to. Now, he is a horse that, for whatever reason, has looked different every time he's shown up to the paddock, and I've had varying opinions of his appearance. And it doesn't matter, because he seems to run a good race every time he's led over here since debuting on the NYRA circuit back at Saratoga. And sometimes he shows up, he's a little hot and washy, but the one overriding thing is that he's always looked really good in his coat. Today, not the same. He's pretty dull looking in his coat. He's kind of dull acting too, and when he's been washed out, it's not like he's really excitable or anything like that. He was just bold. He was just into the bridle, and today he's kind of behind it. He's not giving off the same overall vibe that I've seen from him when he has been doing this good racing. But again, like I said, and it applies to David Jacobson horses a lot, it doesn't often matter what they look like, they seem to show up. But a horse that looks utterly fantastic is number 1 in here, Bold Journey. I thought a really good ride by Jose Ortiz last time, because he was kind of far off of it, and then Jose made this move in going into the turn to lay right behind the pace and kind of snuck up the rail, and he tipped out, and it took him a little while to switch his leads, but once he did, he really leveled off quite nicely. And if there is an abundance of speed in here, if, let's say, Rotney does go from a more inside post position of Durante, and you even have Win for Gold in here, who is acting the sharpest of any of these in here, it could set up nicely for Bold Journey, who I think is a horse that has always shown that he has this ability, and right now, JK, he might be finally running to it.
Thanks, Mags. Yeah, Bold Journey, I thought ran well last time, Mig. The pace wasn't particularly fast, and this horse closed into it, one of my favorite angles.
Yeah, and this is what Maggie's talking about, the winning move, right, from Jose Ortiz, saving ground, edging up and behind horses. Now, all right, let me find the path, tip out to the clear, still running on his left lead here, and finished well. And to me, he's the quality closer in a race that I think could be a contested pace.
Yeah, no, I mean, it sets up perfectly, you would think, for a horse like this. Bold Journey came in off of a little bit of a break from the summer in that last race, the allowance race at Aqueduct, at the Aqueduct at the Big A. Or, excuse me, you know what I meant to say. And I think he's going to actually get that pace to close into here with a lot of speed signed on, including the 4 Durante.
Yeah, and again, now having a rider, Jose Ortiz, that rode him the way he did last time, drawn inside. He has confidence that this horse will run up into the pocket with him. A lot to like with Bold Journey.
And there is the 1 Bold Journey with Jose Ortiz.
Got high marks for Maggie, too, from a physical point of view, and I think on paper he makes a lot of sense.
Pace presence with the 2 Rotney.
Yeah, homebred for Buck Butler. This was last year's New York bred sprint champion, and his good races are tough. He's fast.
The longest shot on the board, the 3 Cowan.
Yeah, it was caught chasing Durante last time. We came from a little bit off the pace to beat him in the slop, but I think the fast track could be the equalizer.
The 4 Durante with Manny Franco looks to try to get to the front end.
In raging form, coming off that Bold Ruler win, and he's fast. He will be forward.
And the 5 Win for Gold, owned in partnership by 10 Strike Racing.
And this is a horse that does his best running when he's forward, when he's up on the pace. Last time he, kind of threw his head at the break. He got off poorly, showed a different dimension, closed. But I think his style is to be forward, and he's another one that could give Durante some company up on the front end.
Yeah, Meg, it looks like Durante is destined to get some pace pressure, but he handled it well enough, I thought, in the Bold Ruler. He's shown a tough side to him.
Oh, absolutely. And again, you look at his demeanor. He's a horse that runs with his ears pinned, his head's a little bit high, the head carriage, not the most comfortable kind of horse to ride. But he went fast early and finished fast, 21-4, 44-4, and he just kept finding. Sometimes efforts like that, though, will back a horse off a little bit. I'm a big fan of Durante. I loved his last race. I'm going with the idea that I want a closer here, and to me, that closer is the one, Bold Journey.
Yeah, I just worry that Durante is going to kind of get stuck in between horses. I think he's got speed to his outside, speed to his inside. Manny's going to have to make some decisions in here, and I just can't see a way that this horse gets a comfortable trip, which is a little bit of a concern for me at a short price.
And I agree with you. I think that, and especially when it's quality speed. Win for Gold has races that point out, his quality. Rodney, quality speed. It's one thing if you've got cheap speed and at some point you shrug them off and then you get a little bit of a break or a little bit of a breather. In situations like that, you don't, because those horses linger. They hang around. They're not going to go away.
And the two, Rodney, that one of those horses to the inside that I do think will be a pace issue. Big speed, too, in the mud. Opened up by 5, turning for home, and just held on.
I think when the good Rodney shows up, that's the way he does it. He rolls. He shows good speed, and he continues. And, this was Jose Lezcano this day. To me, he's a bit of a heavy-headed horse, a horse that kind of likes to feel a bit up in his mouth. Feels like Jose fits those kind of horses well. Now he gets Dylan Davis. But I don't see how they could change his style. You've got to let this horse play to his strength. And his strength, being a son of Run Happy, is to be fast.
Yeah, these are older horses, and like you said, you don't want to try to change their style. The 5, Win for Gold, has always shown a lot of speed, except the last race, broke extremely slow. Mags, how does the 5, Win for Gold, look on the track?
Good, JK. I just want to talk about Rodney really quick because I while it's fresh in my mind, that what Mig said about the bit being up in his mouth, I thought it was interesting watching Dylan Davis set off in the warm-up with him, that he kind of took a somewhat loose hold and just kind of braced his hands more towards the horse's withers, so a long hold. And it was funny, Rodney just kind of framed himself up like, are you going to take a hold of me? Are you going to take a hold of me? And he didn't, and he just kind of was just happy-go-lucky. But you can see that he's a horse that if you take a hold of him, he's going to take you on. He looks spectacular out there, but I agree that it's just not going to be an easy row to hoe with the presence of a very fast horse like Durante. But I will give Rodney credit for the fact that it felt like last time in that Hudson, he was rolling, and all the other horses that were close to him early faded away, and only closers were the ones making any sort of run at him. As I want to talk about number 5, Win for Gold, for Michelle Giangiulio. Now, I know 2 back, he came here to Aqueduct, in which he has to ship here from Belmont, and he ran very well. But there was this sort of transformation up in Saratoga that took place with Win for Gold, because he was being able to run out of his own stall, and also taking advantage of Clare Court. Now, granted, we have the pony track over at Belmont, which I'm sure he can train on, but Michelle said it just changed his life. And you could see it when he showed up for those 3 races up at the spa. He was so calm, so relaxed, which is usually the opposite for horses up at Saratoga. They'll be dead quiet here, and then they get all riled up at the spa. But for him, the other's true. He came in here, washed out today. He was very high-strung in the paddock, and I don't like the fact that it could just be a one-off with his behavior last time, in which he stuttered at the break and then reared up. But I just don't like this change back to the old Win for Gold that in the preliminaries, and it just seemed like he got really good up at the spot, and I'm wondering if it's starting to go the other direction. JK?
Thanks, Mags. Richie, in a situation like this, what do you do when you're on a speed horse and you know you got other speed in there that's likely going to go? Do you try to get cute? Do you hope that one of them misses the break? What do you do in a situation like this?
I think it's like an elaborate game of chicken. Who's going to blink? I wasn't going to be the guy to blink. If my horse was speed, I was going to allow him to use their speed. If you want to adjust around me. I think a lot of times riders make a mistake when they start adjusting around other people's game plans. And especially when you've shown a horse that has the ability to go fast and continue.
Yeah, I mean, so often it feels like the speed of the speed is wins these races, because I think everyone looks down at the paper and notices that there's lots of speed in the race, and sometimes you can just kind of get there on the front end and end up kind of, having them chase you around there.
I think a big mistake that riders make, and I made it myself, so I'm not speaking out of school here, is overthinking a race sometimes. You look at it, well, there's a lot of speed. Well, maybe I'll see how it plays out. And then what happens is everybody comes out looking at each other and nobody really goes, and the anticipated really fast pace is less fast than you would have anticipated, right? I've always believed in come out of the gate running, then figure it out. And that's one of the lessons I learned from Angel Cordero Jr., one of the greatest riders to ever don the silks. He always got his position going forward.
The one Bold Journey just went in. Gets 6 pounds on the favorite, Rodney.
6 pounds, but you, me, and Maggie all picked him. So talk about the fall highway. We just heaped a bunch more weight on him.
Well, he's going to get some pace to close into race 3, the Grade 3 fall highway. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Second to last will be Durante. And Win for Gold. Is in. All set. And they're off. Breaking very well towards the outside. There is a hard scent. Durante wants the front end and gets it. Also from the far outside, that's Win for Gold. Tightly at the rail is Rodney, who moves forward for Dylan Davis. Is tightly squeezed here, is at the rail, challenges for third. As Cowan is now in between horses, is moving forward is Win for Gold. The front four are tightly bunched. The early trailer, that's Bold Journey. They're chasing Durante, and Durante is a half length in front with 4 furlongs left to go. When 22 and 3 for that pumped up opening quarter. Win for Gold is stalking right outside of the pace setter. They're 1-2, just off of them. Here comes Cowan, and Cowan is in the red cap, is on the move. Moves to the outside of Rodney as they share that 3rd and 4th spot. The trailer is still Bold Journey. To the inside, it's Durante, and Durante is fighting on towards the inside with Win for Gold. Durante is trying to straighten up here as they reach the top of the stretch. Win for Gold, keeping a straighter course, and now sprints for home. It's Win for Gold up on the outside of Durante. Here comes Rodney down the center of the racetrack. Also Cowan up on the grandstand side. It's Bold Journey. 5 across the racetrack here in the fall highway, and here comes Bold Journey with a bold move. Durante to the inside. Bold Journey from last to first will win the fall highway. Bold Journey gets it from off the pace. Durante came back to be a game second. Also there in a photo, that was Rodney with Cowan in 1 minute 10 and 4.
Mig, we couldn't even slow down Bold Journey in Bill Mott. What a great setup for this horse. But I have to say, the 4 Durante ran so huge. Tried so hard.
Just can't say enough about the runner-up's effort, but hey, listen, terrific effort also by the winner, and Jose Ortiz left the gate with a plan. He stopped his horse, relaxed him, took him back, came with that late run. You see he's covered with, well, you'll see when he comes into the screen, covered in that kickback, and he was able to tip out to the clear, and he just kept coming with this relentless run. Durante was like the guy in a barroom brawl who took on everybody, whipped everybody. And then some guy hits him over the head with a chair late, right? And doesn't see him coming. He's way out there in the middle of the track, and he just waylaid him. But an incredible effort from Durante and a nice effort from Bold Journey, who carried 128 pounds and the 3 of us to victory.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the 6-pound weight break and the fact that Durante was in a couple of battles along the way, I think it's set up perfectly. If all races you could design them this way and they set up like they'd look on paper, this would be a much easier game to wager on, and also probably an easier game to ride in as well.
Yeah, it very seldom goes to plan, right, how it's drawn up, but to this time it certainly did. Bold Journey looked like he was hanging just a touch on his left lead, and when he switched to his right lead, he found another little kick in him, and Bold Journey back-to-back wins with Jose Ortiz, who I think really kind of understands how this horse needs to run.
Absolutely. He got the slow pace to close into last time. the fast pace to close in. This time, Bill Mott with a grade 3 win. It's not just grade 1s for Bill Mott this year. It's he'll take a grade 3 as well.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne Stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap.
130-40, 130 pound 40. Roger, 140,000.
120, 120 pound PC, 120,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
For the last few years, thoroughbred racing has been taking vital steps to make our sports safer. These include the use of independent veterinarians who check every horse before every race, strict anti-doping and medication controls with severe punishments for violators, uniform safety standards for every track, and a single national authority empowered to create reforms and enforce new standards across the board. With each important measure, more data is gathered, accountability is demanded. And while we've made progress, we are committed to doing more, so that at every track, in every race, safety takes the lead. Visit ntra.com/safety for more.
We watched his career. You know, the speed he had was tremendous. So we bought 2 or 3, underbidder on several. Really nice volatile colt in his last sale that I think maybe $600,000. Beautiful colt.
Tom, $600,000. Thank you very much and good luck.
Perfect sire for the 2-year-old sales, and so we'll be bidding against some of our peers, no doubt. So we're looking forward to it. We like a little competition. You know, it's fun.
Victoria in the Vanderbilt.
Today's races, or America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm, doing the usual unusually well. Winner Circle lead-in brought to you by Fasig-Tipton Digital, North America's #1 digital platform for thoroughbreds. Learn more at digital.fasigtipton.com. Mig, the one, Bold Journey, the winner, paid $620 to win. The exacta right there, 1-4 with Durante, who ran too good to lose.
Yeah, Durante fought all the way to the wire. Bold Journey, nice late kick, worked out a good trip under Jose Ortiz, and overcame the weight that you, me, and Maggie stacked on him.
I know, Bold Journey gets the job done, and we've got Maggie in the winner's circle with a special guest.
And even survived his owner being here, Adam Wachtell. No, I'm kidding, but we all picked him, Adam. That's what we were joking. You survived a lot of weight today.
Okay, well, he sure ran well, and Jose gave him a hell of a ride. I mean, that was fantastic.
Jose seems to fit him really, really well. And we were just reminiscing about when you bought him after his debut race where he finished second, that you had Derby aspirations. But obviously, as time goes on, it's turned out he's a very good closing sprinter.
He sure is. Yeah, we did think when he was 2, he had so much talent. And with American Revolution being his half-brother, we thought maybe he could be a distance horse. But I mean, you and I were just talking about it. You look at him now, you can see he's a pure sprinter. And the talent is obviously still there, so he's an interesting horse. He's got a lot of talent, and we're real excited to.
Rightfully so, as a New York bred too, kind of limitless possibilities for him. But Adam, I kind of want to talk to you. You have a kind of a unique way of owning horses. You often buy horses that have run, or out of a few limited starts. Talk about that formula and the success you've had doing so.
Yeah, we've been doing this a long time, and we try to find horses that are fast on sheets. And, from there, once they're fast enough, we'll obviously we want them to be good physicals, and he sure is. And we look at their families and try to figure out whether, we think they can develop and what surface is going to be best for them. But, to start, they got to be fast. And he was awful fast as a 2-year-old. And, thankfully, we've done some right things with him, and he's developed into a heck of a horse.
Now he's a great stakes winner. So congratulations. Just a tremendous horse, and well done to you and the team.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, Adam Wachtell with Bold Journey, guys. It's always funny how things progress in this game. thought he might be a Derby horse, but he's actually a graded stakes winning sprinter, JK.
Mac, that's normal. I mean, everyone hopes. When you buy a horse at the sale, there's always that hope that it could turn out to be something like the Kentucky Derby, but there's nothing wrong with sometimes when you realize they might want to go a little bit shorter, you get to win races like the Fall Highway.
He is a true closing sprinter, and I love those one-run sprinters that come from way back and finish with that verve, that zest to get there. And, all right, so he wasn't a Derby horse. He was a Fall Highway horse.
Race 4, 2-year-olds going a mile on the dirt. I'm sure someone in here is hoping that one of these horses can turn out to be a Kentucky Derby horse. The favorite in here, the 6, 4-year Pleasure, who took money on debut and ran extremely well considering the trip. Deserved favorite in here, Richie.
Yeah, deserved favorite. A half to isolate the Godolphin Mile winner, and a good effort first time, and took a lot of money. So it obviously had pointed out in the morning workouts that he had ability.
Meg, I can't believe you're leaving me, but you're not. It's not goodbye. It's I'll see you later, right?
I'm heading downstairs to the paddock. I'll replace Maggie before she'll be coming up here to replace you, and so it's not goodbye. It's Auf Wiedersehen.
Where's Chris for Rick Dutro? We've seen the year that Rick Dutro's been having so far. Well, he's looking for some more success with a 2-year-old, an exciting 2-year-old, the national winner, readies for the Remsen next week.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
He loved racing. My wife, Tammy, always called it his vice. It was a hobby for him, but he loved it.
Longtime owner and racing enthusiast, B. Wayne Hughes, acquired Spendthrift, a storied thoroughbred farm located outside Lexington, Kentucky, in 2004. He expanded his involvement in the sport, switching his focus from the racetrack to the farm.
And then when he bought the farm, everything changed because he couldn't help himself because he's a businessman. He was a genius, really. First time I came to the farm, it was not in great shape at the time. It was quite a fixer-upper, so I was not that impressed, frankly. And Wayne set about bringing it to where it is now, which is worlds away from where we started.
Hughes knew how to run a successful business as co-founder and CEO of Public Storage. He made the Forbes 400, a list of the wealthiest people in America.
He was so innovative, he was disruptive. He was not interested in how things were always done. He wanted to do something differently, sometimes just to try to see if it was worth it. And then he was always willing to be wrong. He was a champion for the little guy.
Eric Gustafson learned about horse racing from Hughes. Eric would join his mentor and father-in-law in the day-to-day business, striving to return Spendthrift back to its glory days.
And then we have what we consider the best stallion in the country, in Into Mischief. I remember being at the track with Wayne at Hollywood Park when he won the Grade 1 Futurity. And Wayne turned to me and said, "Oh, we got ourselves a stallion." And neither one of us, obviously, at the time could have known what that meant.
On November 1st, 2022, Hughes' vision of building a fan-centric destination became a reality.
Wayne died unfortunately, it was a year or so before we got to open the visitor center. We were in the construction process. We were thankful for the opportunity to name it after him, and an opportunity for my wife and I and the rest of us, the team at Spendthrift, to honor the man that made it all possible.
Located between the Farm Stallion Complex and the main office doors is the B. Wayne Hughes Visitor Center. The 7,000 square foot, 2-floor facility features a trophy room, artifacts, and racing's memorabilia. The second you open the door, there's Authentic's Kentucky Derby glory built into a colorful display in the floor. You'll also find the Spendthrift collection in the gift shop with apparel that'll rival your favorite campus bookstore.
I think he would love it. He would be enthralled with it. He'd be really proud of it. And then he would say, "How much did this cost?"
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. It's a wonderful Black Friday here. We've got 3 races in the books. Richie left me, but I got Sarah O'Bodway with me now, so I feel safe.
Good. I'm here for
protected.
you. I'm glad that I could do that for you.
Yeah,
How you doing?
I'm doing well. This job's harder than the other job.
It is.
I like it over there more, but
I'm not switching.
Yeah, it's fine. Whatever. Next weekend, Cigar Mile. Some fun stakes on tap there. The Cigar Mile, the Demoiselle, the Rimson, and the Go for Juan. I'm always excited to see the Cigar Mile. Makes me sad that there's a 2 next to that G and not a 1.
I know.
But it is what it is.
We're still running it. Still a good field going on, and good stakes action all over the Saturday card next week.
Well, we've talked a lot on this show about Rick Dutro and the year that he's having and his comeback year, and top that off with an exciting 2-year-old in Where's Chris.
And he's one that really was so game in this effort to beat Bookham Dano, a horse that had defeated him in a prior start, and he's able to wear that one down and was a pretty generous price this day while doing so. I wonder what kind of field he's going to end up facing going forwards in the Remsen. I know that there's a couple of other horses that have their eye on this race, looking at that Kentucky Derby next year, and a race that we've really seen productive going into the Triple Crown as far as next year. But he's got the talent, and what a year that Rick Dutro has been able to put together, and really just, it seems as though since White Barrio's Classic, every horse he sends out is live.
Look, I mean, he's had some time to think and reattack his, come up with a plan to kind of attack this comeback, and it's been working well. And Where's Chris is the type of horse to me that looks like the 1 1/8 that the Rimson's not going to be a problem. So often that Rimson is which one of these 2-year-olds is ready to go 1 1/8, and the way that he ran in that mile, it didn't seem like that would be much of an issue. Race 4, some more 2-year-olds on tap. The favorite so far is the 6 For Your Pleasure. Based off of that last race, it makes sense to me that this horse is favored in the Spendthrift 2-year-old race today.
Absolutely, and this is one that really had some trouble getting out of the gate in that start last time, and really ran very well to finish second to a horse that had experience in Rathmore. Just makes a ton of sense in this field because there wasn't a ton to go on with a lot of these first-time starters in terms of pedigree. There's a lot of turf going on.
Yeah, I thought there was a lot of turf in here as well, but the 6 For Your Pleasure, the favorite, a horse that I would likely single to get started in this pick sequence. I thought it was a tough sequence, races 4 through 9, excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of places that seem pretty wide open and not a lot of horses that I fully trust to lean on going through the rest of the card today, because it seems as though there might be some vulnerable favorites, but there's nobody that I'm so against that I have a big argument for leaving out. And I mean, even the 8th race going on later today, that's a tough race to have a solid opinion because I think there's a lot with opportunities in there.
Sarah, one of my favorite things to do is to single, if you can. I don't force it. To single in the first leg of the pick 6, and then if you miss, you can come back in the pick 5, obviously. But it's a way, I think, to kind of keep your tickets down a little bit, and then still have a chance to express an opinion later in the sequence by playing the pick 5.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a good approach because you always have that next opportunity going forwards, and it's usually a smaller ticket as well, being that 50-cent minimum for the pick 5 after this with our dollar minimum for the pick 6, which I like that we do. I approve of that we do. I'm not a big fan of those jackpot wagers, but you could end up going 3-4 horses deep in the first leg of a pick 6, and then you might end up being out anyway. You're going to run back that pick 5 no matter what. You might as well just wait.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the favorite real quick. For Your Pleasure. It feels like horses like this that have debuts like this always come back and run well, breaking a little bit slow, but still showing a lot of talent by recovering well.
And also did go off favored in this race too, and there were horses that had shown a little bit of ability in their first starts, ones with experience like Rathmore, who you see in front right now as For Your Pleasure starts to move up towards the inside of horses, and at this point at the top of the stretch is already in a very good striking position, just ran out of a little bit of gas in the very late stages. So I think this is a horse you obviously have to respect coming into this spot, and the money was there, so bettors were well aware of this one having that talent and ability to fire fresh first time out, and just came up a little bit short.
Yeah, but you'd like to think that with a clean break, this horse wins. And I think a lot of times the public sees that too, and that's why this horse is taking the money that he is, and it's deserved. Like you mentioned, he was also bet on debut, and one of the things that we all know is that when horses are bet on debut, they've obviously shown some talent in the morning. The word is out. That's how the word is out that these horses can run, and For Your Pleasure didn't disappoint, in terms of the way this horse ran. Might have disappointed if you bet the horse to win, though.
Right, exactly. But I think that you have to be at least encouraged that you made a good choice. You had the right idea, even if the horse wasn't able to get the job done.
Let's get started with this post parade. The 1, JD Factor, is now on the track.
And taking quite a bit of money as well, comes out of the same race and seemed to really resent the kickback first time out.
The 2, Bold Ambition, for Ken Ramsey and Chad Brown.
A first-time starter that had an okay work at OBS April. Not a ton of pedigree going on.
The 3, Otello's been entered 4 times already, but hasn't run.
And has a lot of turf pedigree on the dam side. Multiple graded stakes winning turf router.
The 4, Hero Code, went by. Looks like that horse wants turf. And then the 5, Gum Island.
Second-time starter, stretching out, adding blinkers. Not the highest statistical move for Bill Mott.
The favorite, the 6, For Your Pleasure.
A horse that we've talked about just went off favorite on debut, really ran a great race, and will be very tough in here if replicating that performance.
The 7, Fluff the Pillow, for Louis Lazanero, Nove.
Love to know where that name came from. Another first-time starter. There's not a ton of pedigree with this one either, but of course you always have to respect horses going out for Chad Brown.
4 minutes to post. We've got the 6, For Your Pleasure, as the favorite. And let's take a look at the 1, JD Factor, for Rick Dutro. Didn't break particularly well last time, a little bit slow away from there.
Just a horse that was also caught a little bit wide, and that was a day where the track was an off surface, and it seemed to really not be traveling well and comfortably with all of that kickback, and it's a first-time starter, so you have to, of course, give that one a little bit of credit for those types of reactions, because those are things that horses just learn with experience. These are still young horses. They're 2-year-olds that are just getting acclimated to what racing is all about. And so I felt as though seeing this horse switch towards the outside and get outside of some of that kickback, you saw a little bit more ability. This horse tried to make more of a run. Of course, it was too late at that point, but I think that now, second time out, the only detriment is really the rail draw for me.
Yeah, I'm just hoping this horse can kind of run a little bit better off of a sloppy racetrack and going a little bit further. Where's my man Richie at? He left me, and now he's back again. You made it down there. Are you breathing heavy?
Nah, that wasn't too bad. I was going downhill. If I had to run up, that might have been a little different story. But let's start with the two-horse, Bold Ambition, first-time starter from Chad Brown, by Good Magic, who just has really made a nice impression as a sire. Obviously, siring Kentucky Derby winner, son of Curlin, a sire of sires. This guy had some attitude in the paddock. He was a little bit, a little rough, a little rambunctious, but he settled in nicely once he got on the racetrack, and I like that. I like when a horse has got a little bit of that, sass in him, but when it comes time to business, they kind of focus and they settle in, which this colt did. The 3, Otello, this one a son of Curlin, not the grandsire. This is actually the sire. Boy, what a really good-looking son of Curlin this is. Not the biggest individual. It's really, really well-balanced. Love the way he moves. He's got very efficient stride, great mechanics. I was talking with Christophe Clement, his trainer, and there's so much turf pedigree on the female side of this family. And he said, yeah, they might have tried the turf, but turf season's over in New York. But he had trained well enough in the dirt that they were really excited to see how he's going to perform here. And watching the way he moves, I think he's really going to conduct himself well here. The 4, the Hero Code, boy, he was loud in the paddock. He was announcing to everybody he was there, hollering, maybe not having the most focus. Actually hooked up with the pony better than I thought he was going to under Eric Cancel. I think this is a horse that mentally he'll need to catch up with his physicality because he is a good-looking son of Tappet. The 6, For Your Pleasure. Listen, he makes a lot of sense. He comes off a big effort. He has a race under his belt. Always helpful, particularly going a mile, second time out. I think he will be a handful to beat here. And then to the other Chad Brown runner, the 7, Fluff the Pillow on the outside, son of Malibu Moon. I like this horse. I like everything about him. Everybody has their idea of what they think a horse should look like, how they should be put together. Well, Fluff the Pillow really checked the boxes for me. He's well drawn on the outside. You get Manny Franco for Chad Brown, and he'll be my top selection at 7-1.
Thank you, Mig. I'm sure Louis Lazzanero will be happy to hear that. The 4, Hero Code. We passed over that horse quickly in the post parade. Sarah, this horse feels like they are going to want turf.
Yeah, and not really taking any money whatsoever right now, and just a horse that the pedigree really does suggest that will be the correct surface for this one. A 5-time turf winner in Civil Union, who did win on debut, a 1/2 to 9-time winner in War Dispatch, but we'll take a look at Civil Union winning that 2020 Flower Bowl, and it just seems like this is a horse this is a starting point for him going forwards, and we'll see him on the grass in the future.
Yeah, not only is this horse a half to Civil Union that we're seeing right now, it has 5 other siblings that ran and won on the turf. It just feels like a situation. There's no turf racing in New York at this time of the year. Get this horse started, and then at some point maybe head down to Florida and get on the grass at Gulfstream or something like that.
Exactly, and we're dealing with a barn that's very patient with their young horses as well. So all of that really speaks to me as this being just about experience for this horse rather than this one being ready to go first time out.
Yeah, the 2, Bold Ambition, and the 7, Fluff the Pillow, both for Chad Brown. Neither one of them are taking a lot of money. Chad's horses, when they don't take money, they typically don't show up and run well. But we'll see if one of these 2 can get it figured out. Do you have a preference of the 2?
I'd say there's a little bit more going on to recommend on paper with the number 2, Bold Ambition, but it is interesting that Manny Franco ends up on Fluff the Pillow. When he starts these 2-year-olds at the route distances on dirt, his numbers for him, with all the success that he has with first-time starters, they're not as great as those sprinters or those turf horses. So I think that just speaks to us being later on in the 2-year-old season, and if they haven't made a start by now, they might not be quite as ready to fire first time out.
The 6, For Your Pleasure, still the favorite here, taking the money. I will say this in situations like this is that, often, people get excited about seeing this horse break slow and then come running. But what if it's just like that's what this horse is going to do? What if he breaks slow again? That could be at least a concern for me.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you don't love to see it once. If it becomes a pattern, it's definitely a concern, especially at a short price. I completely understand if there are reservations and someone wants to look elsewhere.
Based on what we saw from the 6-4 Year Pleasure, in my opinion, if this horse breaks cleanly, I think that they're likely going to get their picture taken, and possibly someone involved with the 6 will run into our friend Richard Migliori in the winner's circle. Race 4, 2-year-olds going a mile on the dirt. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
The hero code, 3 out. Gum Island. For Your Pleasure and Fluff the Pillow. Is in. All set. And they're off. Otello has early speed, so does JD Factor at the rail. It's JD Factor who's a nose in front. Going with this rival there is Bold Ambition to join that pace setter up on the far outside. Here comes For Your Pleasure to join them. 3 across the racetrack now as they come out of the chute. Just off the pace now is Otello. Broke on top, but is now a length and a half, call it 2 behind the leader as they come out of the chute and hook up with the backstretch. There comes Gum Island out in the center of the racetrack, who is moving forward. Fluff the Pillow, second to last in the hero code. The other gray is at the back of the field. JD Factor is loose on the front end now, 23.42, and JD Factor is extending the margin as Bold Ambition gets over to the rail for an inside run. To the outside here is For Your Pleasure. Otello starts to move forward. Otello is back within 2 of the leaders. Then came Gum Island, who's there in 5th as they move into the far turn with less than a half mile to go. The hero code and Fluff the Pillow. Those are the 2 trailers, 46 and 4, tightly bunched on the front end as they try to join JD Factor, who's got more. It's JD Factor still a half length in front. Bold Ambition is all in. Otello is bottled up in behind rivals, and For Your Pleasure is going to be 3 wide as they reach a quarter mile left to go. Bold Ambition is under steady urging down to the inside, continues to make up ground. Otello's trying to muscle out of there, and Otello's going to take the 2 path. JD Factor is in front. Now Otello and Joel Rosario, they see the seaman. They dive down towards the inside to come after the leader. It's JD Factor. Otello now puts a nose in front inside the final 16th. A half length in front. Otello, JD Factor down to the line. Otello gets the win. Otello over JD Factor. Then came For Your Pleasure. It's a late photo there with Gum Island with that late rally with Bold Ambition in 1 minute, 37 seconds flat.
Otello for Christophe Clement and Joel Rosario. This horse was entered 4 times prior to this, he was obviously ready to run.
Yeah, clearly, and ran much the best race. I mean, this horse was always looking for room and somewhere to go. He was in behind horses, and you could see him having to wait so patiently in traffic and tried to go outside. Eventually, For Your Pleasure stymies him and keeps him boxed in, and then thankfully there's another seam open and available to him because he ends up drawing away pretty convincingly in here.
Yeah, JD Factor ran extremely well, the 1 horse here, but when Joel Rosario really got clear in there, the 3, Otello really showed some grit down on the inside to finish this race up.
Yeah, absolutely, and the pedigree might say turf, but he certainly was able to handle this today. But you make a great point about the 1, JD Factor. I mean, he did all the dirty work on the front end. He was still able to hold on for second. It looked like Bold Ambition was going to make a run up the rail. He kind of flattened out, so I think with For Your Pleasure, he did break better today. Maybe a better field, maybe just not quite as cranked up for his second start.
Yeah, look, I didn't really see an overwhelming excuse for the 6-4 Year Pleasure at a short price based on the way that horse ran first time out. You'd like to think that was a trip that if this horse was going to run his race, he still should have been a little bit closer. He was wide a little bit around there, but I don't think that has anything to do with why he finished 3rd. I just think that he was 3rd best today.
Yeah, I agree. I couldn't see a major excuse for him either.
Well, that was a nice little win there for Joel Rosario and Christophe Clement. Otello, the son of Curlin, dove down to the inside and was game in getting that first maiden win.
Much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths.
Idiomatic, a huge performance all the way.
They are 1-2, moving for the 16th pole. Clairiere on the outside continues to gain. Search results, trying to hold off Clairiere. Here comes Clairiere. Search results right there. It's the courageous Clairiere to win the Ogden Phipps.
Curlin, the classic sire.
Here comes Gem Mint 10 and now Dylan Davis, and they get ready to swarm these leaders. Gem Mint 10 is in front. Gem Mint 10 wins the finale.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
At Three Chimneys, our name is our promise. Our commitment to quality, our customer, and most importantly, the horse is at the heart of who we are. For over half a century, the storied Stallion Station and Nursery have been a place where dreams are born. From Horse of the Year, the mighty Seattle Slew, to Horse of the Year and modern-day breed shaper, Gunrunner, we've been defined these past 50 years by the company we've kept. Three Chimneys, the dreams are born.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. The 3, Otello for Christophe Clement and Joel Rosario, the son of Curlin, gets the maiden victory in first Ascot. It was very impressive down on the inside. Finished up extremely well for Joel Rosario.
Yeah, I mean, this horse was game, got a good education out of that race, sitting in behind horses, and was able to take some kickback, responsive to the rider. A very promising debut for him.
Let's go to Richie Migliori with the winning trainer, Christophe Clement.
Yeah, thank you, Jonathan. And Christophe, this was a really nice effort from Otello. It's nice to see horses win first time, but to win the way he did, in traffic, taking kickback splitters, he showed a lot of courage.
Absolutely, he's not a big horse on top of it. I'm just delighted that he won first time, and I'm just lucky that Sienna and Winstar chose us.
And when he finally got through the hole inside the 8th pole, he really showed a turn of foot.
And absolutely, he's been training well. I mean, I know he does have a tough pedigree. The mare was a very good filly on the grass, but his dirt work have been okay, and I just thought it was worth it to try him. And Elliot Walden will be happy because he won on dirt.
And for now, for the foreseeable future, dirt is where his future will be?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he just won on dirt. Let's just see how he comes out of it. But at the moment, the plan will be to stay on dirt, yeah.
Christophe, it's really amazing to me when you look at a horse, as well-bred as he is, not a lot of size, but incredible balance to him.
A very, very good balance, extremely athletic, good mover. And all the works have been okay. Nothing like of great excitement, like not crazy speed, but he always stayed on and galloped strong. And he ran that way, which is great.
Well, congratulations. Well done.
Thank you so much.
Guys.
Thanks, Big. The 3, Otello, was impressive there with that maiden win. Race 5, $10,000 claimers. The 6, It's Cold in the Hair is the early favorite, but the 1, not too far behind.
Running back to pick 5?
Running back. It's the best thing. The best thing about losing in the pick 6 is the pick 5's coming up next, right?
Exactly. You still got 5 and 6 in the pick 6.
And it's not a bad strategy either. If you single in the first, you still got a nice little cheap ticket. I'm getting out of here. This is hard.
You did it.
I know.
So
now I have
proud.
to go sprint to a train and try to figure that out and hopefully get down there in time to get a sandwich before I get on the train back to Saratoga. But it's been fun. Look, it's hard enough being a rider, right? A jockey. But imagine having to ride against your spouse. Probably leads to some very, very interesting conversations at the dinner table.
This proven son of Giant's Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Me and my husband, we race against each other.
We met at a really young age. Both our fathers rode together down at Gulfstream Park in the late 90s. And as little kids, we knew each other on the racetrack. We really got to know each other well when she came up to Delaware and started riding. You know, we were friends for a really long time and it worked out nice, you know, and now, you know, we're married and we have a beautiful family together.
We got a busy day today. That'll be fun. Hopefully I get to beat him. You know, going into this meet, I was talking to my agent, Joe, which is Trevor's agent as well, so it's one big family.
I was a little skeptic at the time, and I was kind of like, you know, maybe you should just get your own agent. You know, you do your own thing, and we'll do our own thing, you know. And Joey always hinted to me that he wanted to take her, and I'm like, you know, it's probably not a great idea to mix it. But look, it's worked out really great. You know, we kind of both lean on each other and, you know, help each other out when we're in spots of working horses in the morning. I've worked plenty for her and she's worked plenty for me, so it worked out nice. We just have such a great relationship with Joey, and he's done a really good job for us.
Yeah, I said on the video, I said I'm going to beat Trevor, and he beat me. That was awesome. Happy for him. Gal Dad said congratulations. Good. That's good. It's fun. It's enjoyable. We used to butt heads. You know, there are times where he'd come home, he wouldn't speak to me, but I had to make dinner. And there's times where I was like, see you later, I'm going to get dinner. Either you're coming with me or you're not, but you have to talk to me at dinner. But it's like any other family, you know, you're gonna have your battles, you're gonna have your disagreements, you're gonna have your own opinions. We grew to understand, you know, our happy medium balance to help each other, and we're very supportive. So we love the game, and we're very competitive as well, and there's nothing better than dueling with your husband down the lane.
They're in the final furlong, left them behind. Now coming right to Mudville 9. And it's left them behind for the home team from Saratoga Stable.
It's nerve-wracking to watch your wife go out there and, you know, the person you truly love the most, You never want to see anything bad happen to them. So she makes me a little nervous, but inside me, I'm her biggest fan.
Well, we'll see the married couple, Katie Davis and Trevor McCarthy, in today's 5th race coming up. And Katie actually on the current 5-2 co-favorite, crowding out. And Trevor will ride the outside Gringotts in here. I can only imagine what Thanksgiving at the Davis-McCarthy family looks like. Hello, I'm Maggie Wolfendale alongside Sarah El-Badwi, Richard Migliori along for the ride too. But Sarah, I know that the Davises, they like a little food fight, so I'm sure Trevor's had to fend for himself a little bit at those family dinners. But as we're on the heels of Thanksgiving, it's Black Friday. What in this game are you thankful for?
Well, I mean, everybody's answer, of course, is the horses, because that's why we're here. These are the animals that keep us, entertained, that keep us, emotionally impacted as well, that keep us having careers and livelihoods. And none of this would be happening without those equine athletes, as well as the people that do take care of them. So generally, just, of course, the horses, but also just the puzzle of handicapping. I mean, it keeps me pretty entertained and with something to do all the time. So always thankful for that as well.
And just thankful to be, able to have our passion as our livelihood as well. And I can attribute everything in my life that is good to horses, from my marriage and my family to my career. And even my, as you mentioned, the emotional side of it. They are my therapy. My riding horse, 91 Assault, is my therapist, because as my husband well knows, if I did not get to go see Boo, I would be a much more unpleasant person.
You need a good listener, right?
Exactly, and he listens quite well. As we do see horses in the paddock for this 10-claimer, going the 7 furlongs for the fillies and mares. There's a shot at number 1 in here, Mariah's Fortune, Sarah. She is second off the claim for John Toscano and dropping down a little bit in class. 2 back, she was able to get the win here on October 6th, but this was for a different barn in Rob Atras. And I think her tactical speed could make her, and I think always makes her a major player here.
Absolutely, and just facing tougher horses last time. I mean, that's just not a level that she really could have been super competitive at. So I think that they're just being very logical with her, as she just dropped back down in class. They claimed her for $12,500, and now she's in here for the $10,000 tag. And she's also cutting back slightly in distance as well, going a mile over her last 2 starts, and now the 7 furlongs today. Just as you mentioned, her tactical speed, it helps her out quite a bit, because I think there's a couple of horses in here that do really want to be forwardly placed, and she can sit just off of them.
Well, John Toscano is well represented in here, as he'll also send out It's Cold into Hair, who turned back sharply to the 6 furlongs and kind of got away, couldn't keep pace throughout that. Now a step out again to the 7/8 today, and she was wired by Sue Ellen Mishkin that day after throwing her head too. It just feels like her form has kind of gone the wrong way a little bit.
Right. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out now that both of these horses are in his barn, because he saw what happened 2 starts ago for It's Cold into Here, getting beat by Mariah's Fortune when she was with the Atras barn. So it'll be interesting to see what tactical decisions are made for both of them now that they are going out for the same trainer.
We'll see John Toscano if he can get one of his charges to the winner's circle, the 1 at 2-1 and the 6 at 3-1 as well. Well, if you want to play today's races, as we do kick off the late pick 5 here in race number 5, make sure you do so with your Naira Bets account. Use promo code MATCH200. Check out nairabets.com right now to get the ball rolling. And we'll take a look at number 4 in here, crowding out. She's one that's first off the claim for a white hot barn, and Rob Falcone. Katie Davis getting the mount here. And as you mentioned, this race feeling like there's some speed. Well, she's one of them.
Absolutely. And this is a horse that primarily we saw on the turf through the majority of her career. But when you go back in time to August of 2021, she did have that good second place finish on the dirt in an off the turf race, going 5.5 furlongs in just her second start. So maybe you thought that perhaps she could handle the surface, and she was able to get the job done last time. But October 19th was a day where you wanted to be inside and forward, and she was both of those things. So I feel as though she was really helped by the racetrack last time, and I just don't completely trust her now coming back in her second start on dirt after she had a lot of those turf races throughout this year.
Yeah, I mean, she definitely feels like more of a turf horse. Her faster races have come on that surface. And if anything, you know, maybe she's one that would prefer a little moisture in the track, and she's not getting that here today. But Katie Davis taking on her husband, Trevor McCarthy, with number 8, Gringotts. She's a turn back. And speaking of kind of biases, I thought she was against the track last time on November 9th.
I agree. I think that was a day where you also wanted to be more towards the inside, and she was caught wide. And she's a horse that, you know, she's not a winning type, as you see, but she is fairly consistent for who she is and can sometimes step up and grab a piece at a decent price. And so I think that she is well posted in here. I like the cutback for her a little bit because it looks like there should be some speed for her to close into. And I think that she just has that running style and outside post position that could really help her in a spot like this. Now, I also just kind of wonder if maybe she's not quite good enough, if maybe she's a little bit of a step below some of the other contenders, but I think that she figures to work out a pretty good trip in here.
Yeah, and I feel like we were both on together when Willie Youngins won his last race.
I think we were.
Yeah. So wishing him the best of luck here as Gringotts sits at 10-1. More on this race as we're about to have jocks up for the kickoff of this late pick 5. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Here down 25, here down 25, here down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire again in 2023 with standouts like Barrage at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got him.
Warsaichi dominant on the dirt at Finger Lakes.
Warsaichi has scampered well clear. Warsaichi all the way with the top spot.
And Danzig Queen on the tap of the surface at Woodbine.
And Danzig Queen will come away and win by a length.
Consistently producing winners on dirt, turf, and synthetic. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Thanks for tuning in here to the program. It's America's Day at the Races here on FS2, as we do have horses hitting the track for today's 5th race, and we kick things off with Mariah's Fortune.
Horse is just returning to a level that she should be competitive at. Was a winner 2 back 4 tag.
Number 2 is Trade Secret. Going to be a bit of a price in here.
A horse that I have a little trouble endorsing, but is one that, like many of these, there is old form to go on. We just haven't seen it lately.
5-pound apprentice Matty Oliver in the irons is Jose Gomez, former champion apprentice, is on Valorant.
A horse that was really hustled at the start last time and just ended up fading late and would have to refine some old form to compete.
first off the claim for Rob Falcone, who's hitting at nearly 40% for the meet.
A horse that will have to improve and was aided by the track last time.
Returning to the dirt is more Mango.
She has some dirt races that maybe could compete here, but she's a better turf horse.
It's Colden DeHare back out to the 7 furlongs today.
Just a horse that maybe needs a little bit more to turn the tables on some of the others that she's clashed with several times in here.
One that looks to refine her form is number 7, Alpine Queen.
Two-back was a little bit hard-pressed to be on the front end, doing a little bit more of the dirty work, but last time just not that great of an effort.
Gringotts is reunited with Trevor McCarthy.
A horse that should get a good setup in a spot like this will not want to be a part of that early pace and should benefit from that outside post.
Well, this does kick off the late pick 5, and I'm going to put you a little bit on the spot here, Sarah. I know you said that you felt as though this could very well work out to be a chalky late pick 5. Was there anybody in the sequence, though, that you thought at a price could be interesting in here and usable?
Yeah, I mean, in this race, I would probably want to include a horse like Alpine Queen because I felt as though 2 starts ago, she was the one that was really under pressure on the front end in that spot. And while she was defeated by horses she's going to be facing again in here, I thought that maybe she could sit just off of crowding out and benefit from that kind of outside trip now instead of having to be pressured up front early. As far as the rest of the sequence, a horse that I'd want to include, probably the number 2 Braggadocious in the 7th race. I thought that that was one that had a little bit of trouble at the start in his last race. Right, and that was also his first time in for a tag. So I think that he's finding his friends, so to speak, as far as horses that he can actually be effective against. And then in the 8th race, I think Capone's a little bit interesting for Rick Dutro, a horse that's adding the blinkers. And while that is a tough field and I'm not overly against the favorites, I'd also give him a look in there as one that should sit a nice stalking trip.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering what they were going to do with Capone with those blinkers on because he does have some tactical speed. There's also obviously some other speed in here, but he was helped and benefited by some scratches where he should be close.
I agree. I think that that was a more enticing race just because there were more players, but I don't think that we lost necessarily any win candidates other than possibly Ocean's Reserve.
Yes, as we did lose several in there, but that was kind of the only race I think really affected by scratches today.
I would say so. I think big scratch of Fenwick earlier, but at the same time, other than that, we've had most of our field stay together, which is nice.
Well, they are approaching the gate here for race number 5. Mariah's Fortune, the rail runner in here, your 8-5 favorite. Is she a little under the gun, you think, with Manny Franco?
I think that you have to make a decision, but at the same time, I don't know how aggressive they're going to be with her. I think that Manny Franco's a rider that always seems to get his horses in good position, but I don't think that he necessarily wants to be in an all-out send with her. He might try to play it by ear and see what everybody else does.
Well, as we are into the 3rd week of this Aqueduct fall meet, back in the summer, Katie, she was really beaten up on her husband, Trevor McCarthy, at Saratoga. She had an excellent spa meet. We'll see, though, as this meet progresses, who's going to come out on top in the Davis-McCarthy household. Trevor on the outside runner in here, Gringotts, as we do see Katie aboard number 4, crowding out, major player in here for the Rob Falcone barn as she is going into line, always wearing that smile. I don't think I've ever seen her not having a smile on her face.
It's pretty incredible, right?
Yes. I wish I could be her sometimes.
Me too.
I know.
We could all be better suited to by being more like Katie.
Yes. A guy who's usually pretty, happy. Chris Griffin. And he'll bring you the call of race number 5.
Is in. All set. And they're off. Gringotts broke quickly towards the far outside. Crowding out from in between horses is quickest, and there's crowding out. And more Mango goes with that rival, now head and head. At the rail is going to be Mariah's Fortune, and now 4 wide there is Gringotts. Tipping towards the far outside, that's Alpine Queen, has got some forward momentum. Now 5 across the racetrack here as they work up the backstretch. In behind them, it's a tight hold here on It's Cold Into Hair with Luis Rivera Jr. is tucked right in behind that leading quintet. Then second to last is Trade Secret with the trailer, Valoran. 23-4. It's a pressured pace, but not too fast up front, but 5 across the racetrack here once again with less than a half mile to go. Right in behind the leaders, that's It's Cold into Hair. And at the rail, here comes Mariah's Fortune, is trying to reclaim the lead. It's Mariah's Fortune who battles on. Crowding out is right there as more Mango starts to back out of it. It's Cold into Hair is getting the right trip, is just saving ground, is going to slip through with those blue blinkers if there's room. And It's Cold into Hair finds the seam, is to the inside here of Alpine Queen. 4 across the racetrack, and they get squeezed here at the top of the stretch. Mariah's Fortune is in front. It's Cold into Hair has had the right journey, and It's Cold into Hair was squeezed, but now opening up here in the late stages. It's Cold into Hair inside the final furlong is just striding away. A 16th to go. It's Cold into Hair wins this one easily. It's Cold into Hair gets the win. Going to be tight here for second. There was Trade Secret in that late photo there with Mariah's Fortune. Also there was Gringotts and Valorant in 1 minute 25.35 seconds.
He certainly does not ride like one, as Luis Rivera gets the win with a just picture-perfect, patient ride with It's Cold into Hair.
And what a decisive move to really commit to a pathway as well, and not budge when it might have been a little bit intimidating for another rider to kind of slice to the inside of horses and then realize that you had a spot to go in between horses while angling out, and other riders then kind of sort of sensing, oh, maybe we shouldn't let him through here, but it was already too late.
And as you said, and it's not the first time we saw it today, what's happening with the 5-horse pace duels?
And being 5 wide
around the turn. Somebody needs some lumber at Home Depot, I guess, with the 7. I'm not sure. But Luis Rivera certainly reaping the benefits from maybe some less than patient decisions on the track.
Exactly. And we've talked about this a lot, and by we I mean everyone who provides analysis for this show, of you want to make aggressive mistakes, not passive mistakes. So I would rather see so many horses trying to be a part of the early pace than everybody waiting, but at the same time, Luis Rivera Jr. made all the right calls in this spot.
Yeah, and we just saw Dylan Davis back in race number 2 doing pretty much the exact same thing, and it paying out for him with Return the Ring. But It's Cold into Hair getting the win. Luis Rivera over 36 to 1 shot. Trade Secret, Mariah's Fortune, your 3-2 post-time favorite, settling for third. But John Toscano does run 1-3 in here, so congratulations to the Toscano barn.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess things worked out tactically for both of his horses in some way, right?
Yes, exactly, Sarah. Well put. We will take a quick break, bring you official prices after this one here. We'll also get to know a little Ray Handel coming up a little bit later on the program. Stay tuned.
Silver State's somewhat of a throwback stallion. He was very durable. He won 6 times in a row across multiple tracks, Churchill, Oaklawn, Belmont, and he won the Grade 1 Met Mile, which is a very nice stallion making race. Beat Horse of the Year Nick's Go, which he was the only horse to defeat Nick's Go the year they were running.
Finish in the Hillendale Met Mile, and it is Silver State to make it 6 in a row.
And his first falls have hit the ground, and we love what we've seen. He's throwing amazing consistency. There's plenty of substance and leg. We're really happy with what we have on the ground. And I don't think I've ever had more people tell me about a first-year horse than I have this year with people with Silver State foals. He's an imposing horse. Everyone that comes to see him that first year, it was amazing. They would come and see him, and they'd walk right into Bernie's office and sign a contract, or even ask if they could buy a share. The response to him has been phenomenal. He bred the most mares of any stallion that's ever been at Claiborne his freshman year. Very encouraging for the future, and hopefully we can get lucky.
Thanks for joining us here on the program, proudly brought to you by Claiborne Farm, as they are standing Silver State. I cannot wait to see his baby. He's one of the best looking horses I've seen in the last 10 years, a son of Hardspun himself. As we just saw, it's Colden DeHare, a daughter of Icebox, in the winner's circle, getting the win for John Toscano and her 12th career win, which should push her up to, well, nearly $500,000 in earnings, as she went off at 5-2 over Trade Secret. So a nice $1 exacta of nearly $50 for that wager, as things keep on rolling here on America's Day at the races. Maggie Wolfendale alongside Sarah L. Bodway will get Richard B. Glory back on the show. But a nice way to begin the late pick 5, 770, as we'll continue to watch this one. Race number 6 coming up next. 6 furlongs on the main track. Couple of return runners off of layoffs in Malibu Moonshine and Stonewall Star that seem to show a lot of promise as 2-year-olds or earlier on in their career. We'll see what they bring to the table coming back as Royal Poppy. She might be the kind of now horse for Ray Handel, as that is coming up in a little bit, as we're just going to throw it back out to break here, and we will learn more about Royal Poppy's trainer, Ray Handel, who is having quite the year, but it all started from the ground up. More on Ray after this break.
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire, now making his mark as a sire. With Grade 1 winner Rattle and Roll in his first crop, along with Grade 3 winner Hidden Connection, and stakes winners The Alice Look, and Implicated in his second. With a full book bred last year, there is more quality in the pipeline. Connect, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End.
At Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Respect the law. He's earned it. A Grade 1 winning juvenile.
'Tis the law, pops the cork in the champagne.
A classic winning 3-year-old.
'Tis the law is gonna win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
5 triple-digit buyers.
Respect the law, 'tis the law.
The best son of Red Hot Sire Constitution.
He's left the others behind. He's gonna win the Run Happy Travers.
'Tis the law.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.TV today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Thanks for for tuning in to America's Day at the Races here on FS2, as we have an interesting optional allowance coming up for the fillies and mares going the 3/4, as we're getting a nice shot of your current 8-5 favorite and Royal Poppy, who's looking to pair wins back-to-back here for Dylan Davis and Ray Handel, as she's going to take on a few layoff runners, including Stonewall Star and Malibu Moonshine. Well, for her trainer, Ray Handel, in a career that started only 9 years ago, Ray's runners have amassed nearly $13 million in earnings, and he earned his first graded stakes victory when Promiser America took the Gazelle. But as Ray explains it, he has literally built his rising empire from the ground up.
It's been quite an unorthodox journey. My dad was a gambler, took me to the racetrack when I was a little kid, and I just fell in love with the game, and it's all I'd ever wanted to do at a young age. Started going to the track and meeting some people, learned how to groom, learned how to ride. Started like a janitor at a corporate company and worked our way up to being a CEO now. I went out on my own in 2014. Second horse I ever bought was English Soul. She's still actually my career high earner. And Promiser America, she's been so special to me. You know, she got me my first graded stakes win, because we'd been knocking on the door in graded stakes company, but I felt like it was one thing that was kind of holding us back a little bit and showing people that we can really do it at a higher level. Winning races and kicking butt helped me kind of keep getting better and getting better stock and bigger clientele base. That's kind of helped me elevate my game to the next level. Dad calls me after every single race. He's my biggest fan and my biggest critic. You know, I'd be like, what the hell happened out there today when one doesn't run good? He's the first one to call me before I get to the winner's circle. I'm a competitive person in nature, so to go out there and compete against these guys, it's fun, and it's very fulfilling when you claim a horse and seeing them do better and improve and then perform on the racetrack. All of it combined is just everything that I could imagine.
Well, Ray has certainly built a nice career for himself, Sarah, and I can pretty much say with confidence that he may have worked for every single person on the backside at some point prior to beginning his career back 9 years ago.
It's like a bingo card that you check off, right?
Yes.
One free coffee at the end.
Yeah, exactly. Excuse me. Oh my gosh, now you got me coughing. Taking a look back here at Royal Poppy's last victory. I don't know, it wasn't necessarily a day that speed was dominating per se, but this race was dominated on the front end, as these two, Sarah, just ran 1-2 around the racetrack, and Royal Poppy eventually able to wear down White Chocolate in the end.
And this was a race where she ran very well and was a decent price that day. But at the same time, this was a number for her that we really had not seen, and was a major standout in comparison to the kind of numbers she was running before that in terms of buyer speed figures. She ran a 90 with her win that day, and her previous career best was a 78. So these are not the types of horses that I love to take at short prices coming back off of one number efforts.
But to play devil's advocate, could you make the reasoning, because she is now a later 3-year-old, that I thought her effort at Monmouth was very good, and it was the highest number she'd run at that point, and then she takes another step forward. Could, you know, and she doesn't have to run that 90, I think, to win here. She can, you know, take 10 points steps back and still be a winner here. Or do you just think she's a one-off, that's not a true indication of who she is?
I think that when you look at the rest of this field, it's possible that she can step back 10 points and still win, for sure, especially if you have horses that aren't ready to fire fresh off of the layoff, with Malibu Moonshine as well as Stonewall Star. I think that she's finding herself in a very good position to be able to be successful again, even if she doesn't quite replicate that same number. But having said that, it's really about the price for me. These are not the types of horses that I want to take at that short of a price. When you look around at the rest of the field, though, sure, you could say that even if she doesn't come back with a 90, she could still be very, very tough in here.
Right, because her main competition comes from two horses that they're coming off layoffs, that, you know, maybe before the layoffs, Stonewall Star was in good form. And Malibu Moonshine, who had beat her once upon a time, her form just rapidly declined, or the argument could be made that she was just never really that good. She plateaued as a 2-year-old.
And looking at comparison of prices, I would rather take 9-5 on Royal Poppy, honestly, than 7-2 or lower on Malibu Moonshine, who's a horse
100%.
that has never run above a 70 buyer in her career and was really kind of going in the wrong direction after her first 3 career wins, because she's also a horse that's not one that's going to be forwardly placed. She's not a horse that's going to be getting herself into a really good position in this race, and she does also draw the rail off of that layoff. So with her, I think that you're dealing with a situation where she was good at the time, and she'd have to run a race that we'd never really seen from her before to be successful here. And I don't want to take that chance at similar enough prices.
And Stonewall Star, she did show that she was heading in the right direction, but abruptly stopped and will have to return off of the layoff dating back to April, as we'll check in with Richard Migliori on how she looks today for Horacio de Paz. Meg?
Yeah, Maggie, I love everything I'm seeing from number 2, Stonewall Star. And yeah, it is a long layoff, and it is something, you know, to be concerned about, but she could not look any fitter. I love her coat. As you well know, Maggie, this time of year, you know, horses' coats start to turn a bit. They start getting ready for winter. She's dappled out. She looks fantastic. I love the way she's acting. I really think that she's primed to run a big one off the bench. Also, really nice to see her owner, Barry Schwartz, here at the races. He came with his dear friend, John DeStefano. So it's really nice to, you know, see them both here at Aqueduct where they belong. A couple other horses that I want to talk about that really making a nice impression, starting with the 5. She's a little edgy. It's been my experience when a horse keeps catching my eye and I look down and the conditioner is Rob Atras, it's like no surprise there. She's also coming off an extended layoff. To be fair, I do think she'll be better for a run, but she is well turned out. And the 7 Royal Poppy makes a lot of sense, but you go back to when she broke her maiden, big effort there. And then there were, you know, several subpar efforts and she kind of rounded back into form, ran huge in the slop last time, and she looks good. She looks like she bounced out of that effort in really good order. And that's what I'm seeing here in the paddock, but I'm really curious to see if any of my impressions change once they hit the racetrack.
So often the case, Meg, they can just really do 180s for better or for worse once they hit the track. If you want to get in on the action, play this late pick 4, you can do so with your Naira Bets account. If you're not a member, become one today with that $200 deposit match bonus for new customers when you use promo code MATCH200. Check out NairaBets.com for everything you need to know. As horses are tacked ready, jocks making their way into the paddock as well. And Stonewall Star, look, she's one that prior to that last effort in the Grade 2 Beaumont, Sarah, she was pretty used to getting her way up front. They went really fast in that Beaumont, and Key of Life was able to hold on. Now we're going to take a look a while back here at the Gin Talking Stakes, in which Malibu Moonshine was able to run down Stonewall Star, which also subsequently see Give Me Kisses come back off of a long layoff and get the win. Do you think there's any sort of scenario today that we'll see this same result?
With Malibu Moonshine getting the better of Stonewall Star, for me,
hard no.
It would have to be that Stonewall Star wasn't ready off the layoff, or that there was some serious pace up front to help set it up for a horse like Malibu Moonshine, who is putting the blinkers on today. So I kind of wonder what they want to do with her, because she does come from so far off the pace. Are they going to try different tactics with her today coming off the layoff? I don't know.
Now, we've seen all types of moves be effective, I think, on this track today. So, you know, I think she needs blinkers, because last time she was completely disinterested, I thought, back in July at Laurel. And granted, she was wired that day by talk to the judge, so the pace not really doing her any favors. But and I haven't looked at Will Pace necessarily, but isn't she taking more money than you expected?
Yes.
Okay.
I would agree.
Yes.
Royal Poppy will be favored, but
yes. Joel Rosario looking for his second win on the card here, as we do hear the call to post in the background. And with 6 minutes to go here to this 6th race, we'll kick things off with Malibu Moonshine for Charlie Baker.
Just one that we haven't seen since July, where she was also coming off of freshening there since February. Can she be more than those first 3 races?
Lasix for her, as well as Stonewall Star for the first time.
A horse that exits a grade 2 race where she finished 3rd and is also off a long layoff since April.
Coming in from Parks as center court champ.
Second off, a little bit of a freshening for her. More of that reliable second place finisher, but does have 6 wins to her credit, though against lesser.
As number 4, Rachel's Rock. She does have some recency, but will she ever get the win here?
I think that it's a big if. She'd have to be the one in form now and expect others not to be coming back fresh.
No wins outside the state. She was bred in Florida. She's a little edgy, just went by. As number 7 is Royal Poppy, your favorite.
We'll see if we can get that feature winner angle going with Ray Handel as he trains Royal Poppy. And one number horse or not, you do have to respect that she has numbers that do fit with a group like this and does have that recency edge as well.
You're welcome, Ray. Just kidding. Rachel's Rock, though, for Carlos David. I don't know. She looked so good in the paddock last time, Sarah. And she did run her best race to date from a figure standpoint, and she kind of keeps that upward trajectory. But it just feels like she keeps finding horses that are a bit better than her.
Right, and I think that might kind of end up being the case today for her as well. I think for her that she would need something to happen for Royal Poppy to not back up her last effort, or really even the time before that. She would need both Stonewall Star and Malibu Moonshine to not be fit and ready to go off of the bench, and she would also likely need a little bit of help getting kind of clear on the front end, and I don't know that that happens for her either. So it was hard for me to make a case where all of those variables come together to work in her favor, but if you see a scenario where that happens, she has the consistency right now, at least going for her in that respect.
Yeah, definitely the recency angle for her is in her favor, as we'll check back in trackside with Mig.
Yeah, Maggie, and looking at horses, a horse that did not grab my attention as much in the paddock, but on the racetrack certainly did, is the 4, Rachel's Rock. Really loved her energy level in the warm-up. She stayed with the pony, but a lot of animation in her stride. Really kind of perked up. You know, horses look one size in the paddock and they hit the racetrack and they almost kind of get bigger. That's what happened with the 4, Rachel's Rock. Certainly elevated her from the post-braid and the warm-up. The 7, Royal Poppy, liked her in the paddock, continued to like her on the racetrack. Really no negatives. She's coming off a big effort, albeit on a wet track. And then the 2 are Stonewall Star. She's my top selection. I know she's coming off a layoff and she's got to contend with that, but she looks fit to me. And she's already tipped her hand. She's got a great deal of ability. And what I saw in the paddock just got reinforced on the racetrack. I really like what I saw from the 2, Stonewall Star, my top selection.
Yeah, Meg looked like, at least from the TV, she was moving very well. She comes in here with a bullet workout back on November 18th, 47-2, best of 74 on the training track. And she has been working fairly consistently leading up to this return effort. So she would give every sign that she is ready to rock and roll, as you and Meg have landed on her, Sarah.
And I feel like the DePaz barn has just kind of had a little bit of an unlucky Saratoga, but the horses were running well. And
well,
now,
that's always the tip that they're going to have a good, meet for the next meet coming up.
Precisely.
Yeah.
And we're seeing it play out that way. So I think that the barn is going well, the horses are running, and just as you mentioned, having that regular workout pattern coming back off of the layoff really seems to suggest that this is a horse that's coming back ready to go.
Let's talk a little bit about number 5 in here. She's a little edgy, who definitely has the go-back races to make her a winner here. It's just that in her last race, albeit back in February at Laurel, she showed absolutely nothing. Now, will she come back with her best, making her first start for the Atras barn?
And just another one that we haven't seen in a while, but maybe you excuse that poor performance last time because she was off for a significant amount of time since then. So likely just not bringing her best to the table that day. But you go back, she has consistent numbers. She ran an 85 Beyer speed figure when she last won, going 7 furlongs at Belmont. That was April of 2022, but kind of then backed it up with an 83 and then even an 80, finishing second in both of those starts. So maybe this is the horse that is way too big of a price right now at 13-1 that has that consistent form in the past. It's just with her, you have those same questions as you do with the 2 inside runners. Is she going to come back fresh?
And it does feel as though she is a horse that does her best running when she's forward. We'll see if she gets to do that today. I mean, I don't know. Is the pace murky, or is there a clear-cut front runner in here with Stonewall Star?
I mean, the Timeform US pace projector has Rachel's Rock being the one that's in front. So
they do.
I think that it'll ultimately come down to rider intention and who really ends up going. But I think that with the way that the post position draw has gone, Stonewall Star being towards the inside puts a little bit more pressure on her to be the one setting the pace.
Wonder if we're going to see a 3-horse ply.
Maybe 4 or 5. Maybe all of them
Seems
will
to be
go.
the trend today. We'll see if that trend continues. Who ultimately proves to be quickest in here, and if they're successful in the end. And we do see Manny Franco aboard Stonewall Star, and Manny is just riding so well. We saw him take the Belmont at the Big A meet here, and things just continuing at Aqueduct, and he is likely to be the winningest rider of the 2023 season at NYRA. And I always feel confident when I like a horse that Manny's on, because you know you're going to get an A effort.
Absolutely. There are several times where, and I'm sure you have this experience too, where you might really like a horse and then you might look at them on paper in terms of connections and you might like them so much more, or you might start to think about it a little bit more and try to find an alternative opinion. So with him, I will say that I'm never dissuaded in any way. If I already like someone, I feel better that he's aboard.
I absolutely, because you know he's going to try. Right. There's never a time where you're like, is he really going to put this horse in the game? No. Well, you always know you get an A effort.
Right, exactly. And I wouldn't say that I think that anybody's not trying, but making the right decisions
is how I should have worded it. Yes, and we'll see.
We all
Malibu,
try here. We're all triers.
We'll see Malibu Moonshine add those blinkers today. Just a very short cup on this filly who does lack a lot of early speed and will have to do her best running from behind from the rail position as Stonewall Star. She is now your 3-2 favorite at post time. And Royal Poppy, she is second choice at co-second choice at 5-2 with number 4 in here Rachel's Rock. Carlos David sending that one out in the Jacks or Better Farm. The Florida bred taking her spot in line as we throw it up to Chris Griffin for the call of race 6.
Poppy. Is in. All set. And they're off. Speed from Stonewall Star has got company. Center court champ in between horses. There she's a little edgy to join them. Far outside, that's Royal Poppy, 4 across the racetrack here in the early stages. Rachel's Rock is settling off of them, is now second last with the trailer. That's Malibu Moonshine. Work up the backstretch, center court champ. At 20-1 is now a neck in front. Stonewall Star, the favorite, tightly at the rail here, 22-3, a pumped up opening quarter. And Stonewall Star wants to hold that rail position, is doing that. As center court champ is still ahead in front. Under drive as she's a little edgy, 3 wide. Right in behind them, Jose Ortiz. Rachel's Rock was off the early tempo, is bottled up, has some horse nowhere to go right now, is going to follow Stonewall Star, who's going to hug the rail. Stonewall Star is trying to put him away and kicks away. It's Stonewall Star who's in front. Rachel's Rock looking for room. Here comes Royal Poppy rolling late here down the grandstand side. It's Stonewall Star trying to fend him off, but Rachel's Rock has gotten over to the rail, and still right there is Royal Poppy. It's Rachel's Rock with that ground-saving trip now to the inside the final 16th. Rachel's Rock opening up in the late stages. Rachel's Rock. Jose Ortiz with another one. It's Rachel's Rock who gets the victory over Royal Poppy. Then came Stonewall Star. And a late run from Malibu Moonshine in 1 minute 10 at 4.
Well, the move that seems to be winning all the races today, sitting off the early pace, Sarah, inside, finding room was Rachel's Rock, and she breaks through here with Jose Ortiz aboard.
Just a patient ride. It's kind of a replica of what we saw earlier, just waiting for the right seam to open. And I think that he followed the right horse in Stonewall Star, thinking that she was one that had a little bit more to give rather than trying to switch outside and giving up that ground. And I think that this is a move that ended up suiting her so well because of how patient Jose Ortiz was and really understanding how the race was developing in front of him. Because I would say the biggest disappointment in this race, if you liked her, which I didn't really, was Malibu Moonshine.
Yeah, she just constantly gives herself too much to do. She does make a run up the rail pretty late to get fourth here, and she ultimately did go off at 5-1, which seemed about right with the scratch. But I just. It almost feels like she needs to run longer, but does that mitigate any sort of late run that she has? And just feeling like, Stonewall Star got a little bit of pressure up front, maybe ultimately in the end needed the race, and Royal Poppy ran her race, but I just felt like maybe Rachel's Rock was the one who was, ultimately sitting on the big effort.
Yeah, absolutely. She had the most recent consistency in terms of her numbers and just able to break through today with a great ride.
Jose Ortiz gets his second win on the card as he took the Grade 3 Fall Highway a little bit earlier aboard Bold Journey. As we will bring you official prices and reactions after this break, and we'll also get into a little Horse of the Year discussion. Does a filly belong in the conversation? This year's Breeders' Cup Distaff winner, Idiomatic.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Thoroughbred racing is taking vital steps to make our sport safer. These include the use of independent veterinarians, strict anti-doping and medication controls, and a single national authority empowered to create uniform standards and enforce reforms. With each step, more data is gathered, accountability demanded, and progress made as safety takes the lead. Visit ntra.com/safety for more.
Thanks for joining us here as we are just miles outside of one of the most iconic cities in the world, New York City, or Manhattan, whichever you want to refer to it by, as we are watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today as Rachel's Rock captures race number 6, and she went off at 5-2. And this one for Carlos David and Jose Ortiz, getting his second win on the card for Jack's or Better Farm as well over Royal Poppy and Stonewall Star, as we get it down to Mig, who's standing by with the winning pilot.
Yeah, thanks, Maggie. And Jose, we were talking off camera, just what a nice trip you got. But how fun is it when you have a horse taking you and you can really pick what horse you want to follow?
Yeah, it's very fun. You got to make decisions, but not as quick. You can just take your time. You know you had a lot of horse underneath of you. And I was just following Kendrick going to the turn, but I see that Manny go through the rail, so I decided to just follow him. I thought his filly is very nice too.
So you're always trying to identify who would be live cover, right? The horse is going to carry you through.
Of course, yeah, we handicap, and I knew Dylan was the other horse alive, but he was 4 deep almost every step of the way, so I was like, I don't want to go around him. I'd rather just follow Manny and take my chances, but everything opened up beautifully. I was a good passenger, make the right decision. I stayed inside, and everything opened up for her nicely.
Well, I think it's more than being a passenger. You were a good pilot, finding those spots earlier in the day, Bold Journey, really good one-run sprinter. It feels like you've got that horse's whole card.
Yeah, I mean, Bill is a Hall of Famer for a reason. He got him doing great. I just sit back there, and I was hoping the pace was a little bit more aggressive early on, but Rodney didn't broke quite well, and then I got a little nervous when I see Durante on the lead by himself, but I'm just happy my horse, he make a big move around the 3-8 pole, and last A of my, he switched lead a little late, and he re-broke, gave me that extra kick I needed.
Jose, you've put together another terrific year, riding so well. What are your plans for the winter?
Well, today should be my last day here. I'm heading to Kentucky tonight, and from Kentucky, I head to Gulfstream. I'll be back for Cigar Mart Day, but that'll be it.
All right, well, listen, been fun watching you put together another great year. Congratulations here. And guys, we'll look forward to Jose getting back because we need riders of this caliber here in New York constantly.
Oh, Mick, if they could all only be like you and tough it out here through the cold winter months. Anyway, we'll miss Jose, but he's definitely going out with a bang. Is riding very, very well today as Rachel's rock, keeping things pretty much in form for the Slate Pick 5 follow-along, Sarah.
Right, you made a couple of favorites that were shorter prices, but logical horses to get to, so we'll see how it ends up playing out later on.
Race number 7 is a maiden 40 going the 7/8 of a mile. And currently 6-5 is Screaming Uncle with Iron Man Jimmy taking a lot of money too here for Chad Summers, trying the dirt for the first time.
Yeah, horses getting onto the surface, also dropping in class as well. Not really one that I had on my radar, but certainly catching the attention of several members of the wagering public.
Okay, we'll get into that race a little bit later on here as we need to have the Horse of the Year discussion. We've already talked about White Abarrio on the program today and his merits in winning some of the most important races for the older horses, as well as Cody's Wish, who might get more of the human interest votes. But Idiomatic, she has had quite the year for herself, now doing it at such races as Turfway tracks, I should say, as Turfway Park. But for her to go 8 for 9 in 2023 with a runner-up effort, $2.4 million in earnings, her trainer Brad Cox has made a statement that she definitely deserves to have her hat in the ring.
Right, I think that he's completely right. She does deserve to be a part of the conversation, especially in a year where we don't have that solid superstar like we did last year with Flightline. So I think that you can argue the merits for her case as well as of those other contenders in Cody's Wish and White Abarrio, but she's had that consistency all year, never running worse than second in any of her starts so far, which is more than the other two could say.
Now, she would become the 7th fillier mare to win Horse of the Year honors if she was able to pull off that long shot victory. But, you know, all of them had faced males in that campaign, and 5 of the 6 beating males during those Horse of the Year campaigns, you know, such as Harry Grace, Zenyatta, Rachel Alexandra, Lady Secret, and all along. And she never stepped out of her own sex.
Exactly, and I think that that's another conversation point that you have to ask yourself is how much value does that have if that's not the case? And can she really be a Horse of the Year winner if she's never sort of even attempted to do so? And that just speaks to the weight that we put on male-dominated races.
It is very true, but her trainer, Brad Cox, who has won many Eclipse Awards himself, or has been in the discussion of Eclipse Awards many times in the past, he is campaigning for his filly to certainly be in the discussion, as we'll hear him on her merits.
I think the last 16th of a mile, she showed the heart of a champion. That's what she is, and very proud of her. And she dug in late after really setting right there close to some very hot fractions. But that's what good horses do. She's obviously a massive filly, but obviously extremely athletic. Just to be that big and get away as crisp and clean as she does from the gate just shows her athletic ability. And I think she definitely deserves some votes for Horse of the Year. I mean, it's a serious record, and you know, it's once again, it's Horse of the Year, not Horse of the Fall, Horse of the Summer, Horse of the Spring, or Horse of the Breeders' Cup. I mean, she has had a tremendous year from start to finish, and today was just icing on the cake.
3 of those 8 wins, Mig, in Grade 1 events. I know you've already expressed who you think should be Horse of the Year, but talk a little bit about Idiomatic and why she at least deserves to be in the discussion.
Well, her consistency, and I think just what Brad was talking about, that, you know, she did it for an elongated period of time and really had the most comprehensive campaign. You know, 9 starts in a day and age when horses aren't making that many starts. So, you know, I'm a huge fan. I really love her. She's going to be a champion. It's just if we go with the historical precedence that's been set out of the 6 females that have been named Horse of the Year, they all stepped out and faced males, stepped out of their division and took on all comers, if you will, going back to Moccasin in the 60s for Claiborne Farm when she was a undefeated 2-year-old filly, but she beat males on more than one occasion and she was named Horse of the Year. So I'm a big fan. She will get her recognition as a champion. I just think to be Horse of the Year, you have to be open to taking on all comers.
Yes, she definitely didn't face that challenge this year, Mig. Thank you. And even as you mentioned, fillies beating the males, well, Comely did it when she took the fall Highweight, right?
Yeah, I mean, you think about some of the great race mares over the years and the things they were able to accomplish and taking on males. And I remember years ago when the mandatory high weight for the fall high weight was 140 pounds, the starting high weight. And everybody would scale down from there. And you would get a great horseman like Alan Jerkins to find like a fast filly, speedy filly that was like an A other than that would get in with about 100 pounds or 105 pounds, hoping that significant spread in weights, 30 to 40 pound spread in weights, would get it done for them. He would employ a rider named Ernie Cardone who could do 100 pounds after eating a full lunch with a 10-pound saddle. So, it's been interesting to see kind of the evolution of our game and just the incredible history that fillies and mares have written throughout.
Well, Meg, great insight and always our resident historian on the show. And Sarah, it's just great to have a race like the fall Highweight because we don't often see those weights distributed like we did once upon a time in this game. So to have that kind of true, weights based on accomplishments, it's still a really fun race to have.
Exactly. And I'm not a handicapper that really focuses in on weight so much so when it's only a couple of pounds. I think that having that, those apprentice riders that do get the weight break can make a little bit of a difference, especially for horses that want to be forwardly placed and at lower levels. But when you have a 10-pound difference with horses that are all very accomplished, I think that it adds an intriguing element to the puzzle of handicapping.
It really is fun. As we just saw the New York bred Bull Journey get the job done. He was carrying 128. Yeah. So
gave up about 8 pounds to Durante.
Yeah. Yep. So, but we will have more on this late pick 3 coming up here, race number 7. We'll dive into it a little bit deeper as horses are getting ready in the paddock. Stay tuned to America's Day at the Races.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. Ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. No stallion has a better strike rate. Warfront is the sire of over 100 lifetime stakes winners, including some of the sport's most talented runners both at home and abroad.
They're stopping.
War Bomber in front. War Bomber's won the King Edward.
Seal Team takes the lead. Seal Team.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Adelphi Racing Club offering a truly personal thoroughbred ownership experience.
Again, I'd have to point towards the success, which has been great, but also the communication and having firsthand access to all levels, the trainer, the barn, get to go see your horses. It's been great.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors, we are partners. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
Welcome back, and thanks for tuning in to the program. As in 2 weeks, we will bring you live racing from Hot Springs. Oaklawn Park kicks off their 23-24 season December 8th here, with the feature race being the Advent for the 2-year-olds, going the 5.5 furlongs, and they'll get the road to the Kentucky Derby started on January 27th with the Southwest is for their first graded stakes, but on New Year's Day, the Smarty Jones will be the unofficial start, if you will, Sarah, to that road to the Kentucky Derby, ungraded, but still it kicks things off.
Excited to go back down?
I am. I honestly, it's very comfortable there because you stay in that wonderful hotel, which is right there on the clubhouse turn, and it's just, it's a very welcoming place, although I do tend to bring the rain, which I do apologize for.
It's all your fault.
Whenever I go there. Yep, seems like it. So, yeah, looking forward to making several trips back out to Hot Springs and to their racing. And I kind of like the fact that they have that early start now in December.
Yeah, absolutely. It'd be fun to cover their races, and looking forward to that coming up.
All right, well, race number 7 also coming up, this maiden 40, here with horses in the paddock. Sarah, you had brought up reasons to like number 2, Braggadocious. We just saw him go by in the foreground there. A horse that was wired last time, didn't get away cleanly, wide the entire way. Why do you think, though, he'll be effective going the 7 furlongs this time?
Look, that's a fair point to bring up. I will say that for him, I think that it ended up suiting him that he wasn't up and on the pace last time out, but it was kind of an awkward break. It was one of those stumble forwards, so not something so severe as it could have been, where he's really hampered, but at the same time, he's still not how you want to get out of the gate, and it was also his first time in for a tag as well, a horse that had only competed at that maiden special weight level in the past, and he's a horse that he's one of those ones that I don't think we're ever going to get back to the number that he ran on debut or that he had earlier on in his career of an 80 Beyer speed figure first time out. But I think that this is the right level for him, and with a cleaner break and perhaps getting into a slightly better position early, he could be effective, and he's a fair enough price.
Well, the kind of elephant in the room, if you will, is the horse to his inside in number 1 in here, Citizen Mac, who they picked up for only $15,000 at the Horses of Racing Age sale, and has been a steward scratch both on November 9th as well as on October 16th, once in a maiden special weight, once in a maiden claimer, as we are taking a look back at a long time ago, when he was second to
up to the mark.
Like, what? This horse has faced the best horses by a mile in this field.
Agree.
I mean, you look at Arcangelo's in the running line, Expressman.
Unbridled Bomber isn't bad.
Exactly. So he gets some serious class relief today, dropping in for a tag for the first time.
And I think that's a good point that you bring up, that maybe along the lines there were intentions of bringing him back protected. Perhaps they thought that they would want him to be in a regular maiden special weight event, and now time has gone on and certain races come up and you have to do what you have to do. But he's a horse that he's kept the best company, and he has the best overall numbers other than his last start.
And they wouldn't be doing too bad since they only paid $15,000 for him, Meg.
Yeah, listen, I think that's probably the right price point to take a shot, if you will. And listen, he looks fine here in the paddock. I do think he'll probably be better for a race under his belt. He is coming off a bit of a layoff, and he just seems a little bit of a bigger, stuffier kind of horse. A horse that really stood out, though, is from another Englehart in this race, and that's the 5, Screaming Uncle for Chris Englehart. He adds blinkers, comes off of 2 good efforts. Jose Ortiz picks up the ride here. And honestly, he and the 9 were the standouts here from a physical perspective in the paddock, and he has more form to back up what I'm seeing from that physical perspective, and that's what we're looking to do, match up what we like on paper and what stands out physically. The 9 Venge makes a nice impression. He's by Gun Runner, one of the hottest sires in the world to date, and he looks good. He's well posted from the outside. He's coming off of the turf. I'm not 100% convinced that he won't handle the dirt here, but from a physical perspective, he looks well, looks fit enough, and his coat is good. So those are the two that really caught my eye, the 5, Screaming Uncle, and the 9, Venge.
All right, Venge, a drop-down runner in here, but Screaming Uncle, he's actually competed for lesser than this $40,000 price tag, though, making his second start for the Chris Englehart barn. As we'll take a look at the Jeffrey Englehart barn charge and Citizen Mac.
We need a brothers feature on them, don't we?
We do. No, they're father and son, but
Oh,
Jeremiah and Jeff are brothers.
There we go.
I mean, we need an Englehart family feature.
I guess so.
Braggadocious going by. Big warm up there for the elusive Dr. Wong. And here is Screaming Uncle.
Really improved, I would say, last time. First off the claim, finishing second to Vodka Mardini, who ran back and didn't run that badly against Tougher.
Number 6, Growth Mindset. Blinkers coming off.
Would be a little bit of surprise, has been in for a tag a couple of times.
Hitting the track here is Iron Man Jimmy. First time he's going to run on the dirt, too.
And a horse that's taking quite a bit of money. A lot of people seem to be interested in him getting onto this surface for the first time.
Son of Jimmy Creed, as a son of gun runner here, is going to round out the post parade in number 9, Venge.
And another one that's in for a tag for the first time, so just has been facing tougher company and returns to the dirt as well.
As he's getting a big warm-up there with Luis Rivera aboard, who is looking for his second win on the card. As we have a promo to tell you about, bet 75 on both Aqueduct, Del Mar, and Churchill, and get $25 win or lose. Make sure you opt in when you go to nairabets.com. Have you been out to Del Mar for the Bing Crosby meet?
I've never been to California.
Huh?
I know.
Not even a Breeders' Cup?
No, nothing. Not even like an actual vacation to go to California.
I
And not for horse racing.
There's like no other reason you would go to
No, of
California
course
besides
not.
horse racing.
Of
Come on,
course.
Sarah.
You're absolutely right. No, when I do go, I know it will be for racing, and that'll kill a part of me. But it'll also be for the absolute best, because I'd love to get out there to both Del Mar and Santa Anita.
Yeah, they're both. Santa Anita is a beautiful racetrack, and just the setting. And Del Mar is such a cool city. So cool vibe town around Del Mar for sure.
If you had to pick one.
I feel like Del Mar is a little bit more of a fuller package if you're looking for a holiday, if you're not looking to just be a track rat.
Well, who does that around here?
I know, nobody. Anyway, we digress as we're back here at Aqueduct with number 8, Ironman Jimmy. Pedigree, what did you think switching to this surface?
Look, it's there for dirt, certainly. It's not as though you can say that this horse has overwhelming dirt move-up pedigree. I think it's one of those situations where you look and you say, okay, this horse could handle this surface, no problem, but it's not as though you look and you say, oh, this horse has been doing the wrong thing this entire time, or we started him out on this surface as a prep, and now we're going to be making some changes, because I think you also have to look at the drop in class, and there's no more turf racing around here. So you find out what you have on this surface, or you bring him to another location. Those are the choices that you're stuck with.
Yeah, absolutely. If anything, on the bottom, it seemed like a little bit more of a synthetic pedigree, so that's neither here nor there. But Jimmy Creed's a good influence when getting to the main track, as we'll check it back in with Mig for horses in their warm-ups, Mig.
Yeah, Mag, not a lot of change from what my original impressions in the paddock. The 5 Screaming Uncle, I liked him in the paddock, continue to like him on the track, as does the public. He's your even money favorite. A horse that I didn't talk about in the paddock because he really didn't garner my attention, but really on the racetrack is the 8 Ironman Jimmy. I loved his energy level, loved the animation in his stride. He's a horse that I think is going to be a handful here, trying the dirt for the first time. He does come off of some really good dirt workouts, which doesn't always correlate to a horse that, has shown more of a affinity for turf, I should say. The 9-horse Venge is going to be my top selection. I like everything I'm seeing from him. I think the drop in class and the outside post, and you get 5-pound break in the weights with Luis Rivera Jr., an apprentice that I've been impressed with. I think these things are really going to add up to him making a really good effort today, and at least he's a bit of a price. I have no false illusion. I think the 5 Screaming Uncle will be very tough to beat, but I'm going to take a little bit of a stab with the 9 Venge on the drop-in class.
Mig, I agree. Watching our in-house feed of this horse warming up, he was exuberant beneath Luis Rivera and moving really well. And I agree, just that kind of drop in class is what he needs, I would think, to be competitive here. Getting back to the dirt where he's run okay in the past, so it's not like he's, you know, it's not like you're taking a short-ish price like you are with the 8 on a horse that is doing something for the first time.
Exactly. I think that he's a very fair price if you're interested in right now. And one of those biggest angles is when you have a horse that is dropping in maiden special weight to maiden claiming for the first time and has those dirt races that could really make him a player here as well. So I think 5-1, very fair if you like a horse in Venge.
All right, number 5, Screaming Uncle, adding those shortcut cheater blinkers, taking all the money, though, at even money as we get upstairs and get it to Chris Griffin with the call of race number 7.
Ironman Jimmy, Venge to the outside. Goes forward. End it. All set. And they're off. We're in a pretty even line. There's Screaming Uncle, who gets the first call from in between horses, and Screaming Uncle is in front as they come out of the chute. Venge is up on the far outside and is now joined by Ironman Jimmy, and those 3 across the racetrack. Tight hold here on Citizen Mac is right in behind those leaders, is now in 4th, has moved off the rail, is in the 2-path here chasing. Growth Mindset is going to be towards the tail end. Here comes the elusive Dr. Wong, second to last, and the trailer, Braggadocious, 23.30, and now it's an easy lead for Venge. Venge gets over to the rail, is up by 2. Screaming Uncle at 4-5 is tracking this pace setter, but losing some ground here with less than 4 furlongs to go. Pretty strung out here as they move into that far turn. Also under a drive, here's Ironman Jimmy from 3rd. Citizen Mac is trying to do better there from 4th. Also running on, here comes Growth Mindset. Up top, they went 46-3 for that half-mile time, and Venge is about to be confronted by Screaming Uncle. Screaming Uncle is ranging up on the outside, and here comes Screaming Uncle, but Venge has got more to the inside, and these front 2 start to separate from the rest. It is now Screaming Uncle down the center of the racetrack, and Venge, who battles on at the rail as they approach a final 1/8 of a mile to go, and now Screaming Uncle is opening up the margin. It's Screaming Uncle and Venge. It's far back to the rest here. A late run here from the elusive Dr. Wong. But it's going to be Screaming Uncle Jose Ortiz with a triple. Screaming Uncle gets the win. There's Venge holding that second spot over the elusive Dr. Wong and Growth Mindset in 1:24.37 seconds.
Well, Venge was probably screaming Uncle as he finally caved in about at the 8th pole to your heavily favored number 5, Screaming Uncle here.
Jose Ortiz making the most of his time at Aqueduct before he heads south for the winter, able to pick up his 3rd win of the day here. And this is one of those races that we did not see a super contested pace, but the top 2 end up finishing 1-2, and just a horse that really seemed to find a level that was appropriate for him and finally gets the win today.
And a good claim for Chris Engelhart here. Gets a second first off the trainer change and gets a win now at the maiden 40 after claiming him for half of that. So nice return on investment for he and the players group. Like you said, Jose Ortiz getting his 3rd win of the day. Venge running very well as Meg's top selection here and a couple long shots to round out the superfecta.
Yeah, a couple horses that showed up today and a couple of serious no-shows as well. Horses that were very far back early that were a little bit intriguing, but ultimately ends up being your favorite in Screaming Uncle, a horse that blinkers went on and he really seemed to improve for this barn.
And still, I am not sure why the 8 was 3-1 Ironman Jimmy. And that is one of the best lessons I've ever learned in handicapping. Yeah, they're going to know sometimes, but never take a short price on a horse trying to do something for the first time, especially at this level. As we'll bring you official prices after this break, as well as reactions here from America's Day at the Races, as we still have a late double to bring you here on the show.
Country Grammar, resilient, fighting back, retaking the lead, and it's Country Grammar to win the Hollywood Gold Cup.
Country Grammar getting the upper hand, draws alongside, and Country Grammar with his Dates with Destiny in front, a length and a half. Country Grammar won the Dubai World Cup.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
The best. She won by better than 10 lengths.
Idiomatic. A huge performance all the way.
They are 1-2, moving for the 16th pole. Clairiere on the outside continues to gain. Search results trying to hold off Clairiere. Here comes Clairiere. Search results right there. It's the courageous Clairiere to win the Ogden Phipps.
Curlin, the classic sire.
Spine-tingling.
The morning of the 149th Kentucky Derby started out with great disappointment for Hillendale owner John Secura.
The favorite is out. Announced this morning, Forte will not compete in the Kentucky Derby.
Well, I was pouting when the Derby was run. I had a great box and I was going to the races and Forte was scratched and my children were going, we're in the sort of throes of the breeding season. I said, I just watch it at home.
They're in the gates.
Not that I didn't think Mage had a chance to win. I thought he did.
Entering the backstretch run, Mage's 15th.
The drive to Churchill is an easy one when you win. It's a long one when you get beat.
But there's one furlong to go. Two Phil's fights on, but Mage has taken the lead.
Was jumping up and down.
Time is running out to catch Mage.
There was nobody here to see my antics.
Mage digs down deep, urged onto the wire to win the Derby.
I just enjoyed and drank in the moment of that achievement, and then the next day we went to the barn and celebrated, and Barbara Banky came over and felt a deep personal and equine connection. She's been such a great partner. We've had great luck together, and we enjoyed the moment of seeing Good Magic basking in the glory of the afterglow winning the Derby, and Curlin was right next to him. It was almost like he looked over and said, "Good job, son, you've got a long way to go, but keep it going." Similarity I see when I see them next to each other is today's legacy and the future legacy.
Curlin and Good Magic, arguably sport's most formidable father and son team.
That's really a separating point on most sires. When you can sire Grade 1 winners and horses that compete at the highest level of racing, that's what breeders are really looking for. It's very hard to do. That genetic switch is either on or off, and when it's on at the highest level, like Curlin and now Good Magic, it's really the epitome of what you could expect from a stallion.
Really carrying on that bloodline from Curlin is Good Magic, and both of them standing at Hillendale Farm at Alapa. And I was just kind of looking through, Sarah, at some of the progeny that we've seen from Good Magic in his, infantile stud career, and the number of horses, including a Kentucky Derby winner too, that were on the Kentucky Derby trail to boot. I mean, he even has his little brother too in Dornoch could be solidifying himself as one that we'll see on the Derby trail coming up this 2024 season, as we did see a winner for the Chris Engelhart barn as the favorite delivers in race number 7 in Screaming Uncle.
A pretty formful sequence so far in the late pick 5, as this one ends up getting the victory as your 4-5 favorite, and just a horse that had run a really good race last time out behind a horse in Vodka Mardini, who came back to run really well in his next start versus tougher company as well.
Yep, he did. He gets a win over Venge and the elusive Dr. Wong, and returning $370. So the shortest price that we've seen so far in this pick 5 follow along. And as you predicted, it has been quite chalky so far.
It happens. It's okay.
It's okay. There's always tomorrow.
Money is money.
Yes, exactly. And there's always tomorrow to try to get a little bit more of a fruitful payout. No, I'm kidding. But good luck if you're still alive, as race number 8. 6 furlongs. This one was the race affected by some scratches in this allowance race, but you kind of figured that going in with 2 entries as well. And it kind of, diluted a little bit of the speed, I thought, in here, Sarah. And boy, your horse taking a lot of money in Capone.
Yeah, a horse that is certainly one that the bettors are keeping their eye on. I just hope it doesn't turn out the same way as Ironman Jimmy did in the previous race. But Capone is a horse that's a little bit interesting for the Dutro barn, and we've seen him have such great success this year since returning.
Yes, and he'll be adding blinkers today, as well as we will also get into tomorrow's stakes action. It is the Comely, and we'll talk a little bit about the regally bred Julia Shining, if she can ever get back to the winner's circle. Could tomorrow be the day? More on the Comely coming up after this break.
Introducing a Stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Times have changed, but some things remain timeless. Hard work, perseverance, unwavering dedication. From sun up to sundown, our passion fuels us to drive further and push harder. We do it for the horses, for our families, and for the sport we all love. For well over a century, we've committed to doing the usual, unusually well. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
And this Todd Pletcher 2-year-old juggernaut just continues. What an exciting filly this is. Dreaming of Julia by 15 lengths.
Dreaming of Julia is one of our most accomplished broodmares at Stone Street. She was the broodmare of the year, Kentucky bred broodmare of the year this year. She's had some great babies, including Malathaat, who was the champion 3-year-old filly and champion older dirt filly this past year. Malathaat actually beat Clairiere in the distaff.
Blue stripe, Clairiere, Malathaat, maybe!
She has a foal by Into Mischief, and then she will be bred back to Curlin. Her race career was also spectacular. One of her best races was the Gulfstream Oaks, where she won it by 21 3/4 lengths. She won the Frisette.
Dreaming of Julia. Oh, what a finish this is. And the victory goes to Dreaming of Julia narrowly.
She won a number of other races, and she was always so much fun to watch.
And her second foal to make it to the racetrack, Julia Shining. She will be looking for another graded stakes victory. Recent form, not great here, Sarah, but she did get that other graded stakes, at least here at the Big A.
This is true. I mean, she's a horse that I feel as though we were all so excited about early on in her career because she also had those eye-catching moves where she was hopelessly far back and you didn't really think that she was going to have that opportunity to be successful and get the win in both her first start and the Demoiselle, but kind of disappointing since then. But at the same time, there's some pretty big shoes to fill of Malathaat.
Do you think that she's one that needs some pace to close into?
I think that
to be best.
You could make that argument. You could also make the argument that she's not quite as good as we hoped she was going to be. So I think that the distance question is a fair one to ask with her. She's never going to be a fair enough price because everybody bets her pedigree.
Yeah, exactly. Being that full sister to Malathaat, as we just saw Barbara Banke discussing in that piece, she held on to Dreaming Julia Shining, and is the owner of this Todd Pletcher trainee. She'll be having to take on some other horses in here, such as Defining Purpose and Raging Sea. And it looks like a pretty interesting field going forward. As we did see Cigar, or still not quite sure exactly how to pronounce that.
I know
Come back and win.
Yeah, she was impressive yesterday, winning
exactly.
at Churchill Downs, and really a top contender right now for a 3-year-old going forwards. Because
really, she really is.
I mean, she's just been incredible.
Yeah, because we've kind of seen that as of late, that 3-year-old division fizzle a little bit, and she's really making a late punch.
Precisely.
As the horses in the paddock for today's 8th race, we'll check in with number 8 in here, Mariachi, the New York bred, taking on Open Company here, Sarah, for the first time. But he's quick, and he's been pretty good in his sprint races.
He's really been so consistent throughout all of his races where he either was sprinting or wasn't coming off a layoff. And John Kimmel is a trainer that generally they need a race to be at their peak fitness and deliver their best performances going forwards. He didn't even run that badly when third off the bench earlier in June. And we're taking a look at his last win, which was a 92 Beyer speed figure over Z-Bear, a horse for Linda Rice. And he's just in really great form, though I do feel as though this is likely one of his tougher tests.
Yep, always gets tougher when you step up the ladder, as we'll take a step down to the paddock and check in with Richie.
Yeah, guys, I got to tell you, Mariachi continues to impress physically. He is a really outstanding-looking individual. He's so well-balanced. He comes from such a good family, going back to Chester and Mary Broman's foundation mare, Auntie Spend. He's 3 for 4 at the distance with a second on debut. He's 2 for 3 at Aqueduct with a second, so he's showing a fondness for this surface. He may face some other speed in here, but physically, he's as good right now as I've ever seen him. He really checking all the boxes. The 5-horse, Dafuski Island, this is the best I've seen this horse look in a while. Now, he was in really good form at Belmont into Saratoga over this summer, and then it feels like his form started to wane. I do love what I'm seeing from him from a physical perspective for trainer Rudy Rodriguez, but he's 0 for 8 at Aqueduct, for a horse that is, 5 for I guess 13 everywhere else. So for some reason, as well as Rudy does at Aqueduct, doesn't seem like Defusky Island is as fond of South Ozone Park as his conditioner Rudy Rodriguez is. And the 7, Hoo-Hoo, That's Me. Man, he looks terrific. And it's interesting that all 3 horses I'm talking about are New York breds, and New York breds can run through their New York bred conditions and still be eligible for these open conditions. So it's really nice incentive for people breeding in the state of New York. He looks fantastic, and he might get a setup. If Mariachi winds up getting caught up with other pace types in here, I think he's the one who benefits the most. And those are the 3 that honestly stand out head and shoulders above anybody else here in the paddock.
Mig, thank you. And Hoo-Hoo, That's Me. Sarah, he's always struck me as a bit of a heavier type of horse, so I've always thought that he needs to race into fitness a little bit. And I just punched in 4 to 8 month layoff in dirt sprints for Jorge Abreu, and it's a small sample, but he is only 1 for 11 with a 74-cent ROI. Here's his last race. If anything, he is consistent, but he doesn't often find his way to the winner's circle, having more seconds than wins. But as we take a look back here at his runner-up effort behind the very talented Rodney.
Look, he's a player, for sure. I mean, I think that you look towards the outside in this race, and any of Capone, Hoo-Hoo, That's Me, and Mariachi, they're all horses that really fit, and I would say more so in terms of the wagering, he might be the horse that you want to bet the most if everybody stayed at their current odds, because he's kind of already proven to be who he is. And while his highest Beyer speed figure ever is a 93 in the Hudson last year behind my boy Tate, he's just always sort of that consistent high 80s type. So you know what to expect from him. But at the same time, I agree with you. He hasn't run nearly as much this year as he used to in the past, so perhaps there are some questions.
Number 5 in here, Defusky Island, with the scratches that we saw, I think he could work out to be, the speed of the speed in here, in which his last 2 efforts, Sarah, maybe his form is tailing off, or is it a factor of him just being embroiled in really quick paces?
That's the question that I've asked myself, and I don't know that I necessarily have a concrete answer, but I think it's one that you do have to ask, because at first glance it looks like, okay, he's a horse that was really good earlier this year and he's sort of tailed off a bit. But at the same time, I think that you go through and you look at a race where he regressed significantly on July 22nd from a 102 Beyer to a 78. Okay, he stumbled very badly at the start of that race, and he actually ended off going up a pretty short price in there. Then he runs second to Durante. We saw him earlier.
He's so game.
Exactly. And then maybe you say, okay, his 88 Beyer speed figure in that September 2nd race, he didn't hit the board, but he still ran a replicable number last time, dueled into submission. So there are arguments to be made for him with a softer trip today that he hasn't completely tailed off.
As we'll kick things off with the 1A in here, Full Moon Madness.
And this is a horse that does stay in from that entry. Would have to run quite a bit faster than he has in the past.
And then going to number 2, Colonel Vargo.
Another one that was able to get the win over his last 2, but would have to run a little bit quicker.
And here is number 5, Defusky Island.
If you like him, I think the case can be made that he's had some excuses, but at the same time, will we ever get back to that 103?
Capone puts blinkers on here.
Taking a lot of that wagering attention. I thought he was a little bit interesting. We'll see what kind of pace setup he gets.
With White Hot Rick Dutro at the helm is number 7, Hoo-Hoo, That's Me, has to overcome the layoff.
Should get a nice stalking position. We'll see if he's ready to go off the bench.
And here is the other speedster, Mariachi.
Just a horse that has more of the consistent faster numbers as of late. A 92 last time out, and you could argue that he just didn't want to go. 1 1/8, 2 back in the Albany.
And that is your field for today's 8th race. Good looking allowance crew here. As Sarah, make a case for your pick in here, number 6.
Just a horse that I thought was a little bit intriguing now, going third off a layoff for Rick Dutro, adding the blinkers. I wonder how he'll be positioned tactically, but I think that he ran pretty well last time in a race where the pace was coming apart, and he wasn't too far off of it versus some pretty good horses in Awesome Native.
Well, we are going to have to step away here on FS2 to catch race number 8. You can either tune into the Fox Sports app, YouTube, or if you have a Naira Bets account, you can keep watching us here, as well as this 8th race coming up. Thanks, though, for those who have joined us on FS2. morning coverage here of Aqueduct as we have the 8th race coming up, part of the late double. And thanks for tuning in and switching over to the app, YouTube, or Naira Bets, wherever you're watching us here today, as you can catch this race coming up. And Mariachi currently as myself, Maggie Wolfendale, Sarah Elbadwi, as well as Richard Migliori join you. And Sarah Mariachi, he is proving to be your favorite in here, and he just feels like a horse that's in very good form right now.
And really, what has he done wrong throughout his career? I mean, a horse that, okay, he has the one race where he finishes third. That was off a pretty significant layoff from November of last year until June of this year. Then they try to stretch him out. That doesn't work. He's a sprinter. So there's no fault in his form to really try to find a hole with who he is and his talent and ability. And I know that this is on paper a step up to open company, but there's a lot of state-bred horses in here as well, so it's not quite that big jump up in class in terms of how it looks on paper.
There is number 6, taking a lot of attention on the board in Capone. Last time he was kind of part of a pace that, I don't want to say he was part of the pace. He's actually the one to make the first move into the pace, kind of around the turn, which eventually evaporated and fell neatly into the hands of the favorite in Awesome Native.
Right, a horse that, I agree with you. I don't think that you can fairly say that he was the one that was a part of a pace that collapsed, that was still able to hang on. But I think that you make a good point that he was that first one making the move to sort of split that race open. And so perhaps his third place effort might be a little bit better than it appears. But at the same time, at similar prices, if he's going to be 3-1 versus a horse like Dufusky Island at 8-1, I don't know, because at least with Dufusky Island, you know that he has those numbers, whereas Capone, he'd have to get a little bit faster than we've ever seen before.
Well, horse that we haven't talked about is number 1A, Full Moon Madness, but we're first going to check in with Mig, who's been watching these horses warm up trackside.
Yeah, guys, I just wanted to start with Dufusky Island. Left the pony, has been warming up extensively on the racetrack. He's really basically nonstop under Louis Rivera Jr. He's just hooking back up with his pony now. And I wish he would have kind of jumped in the bit a little bit more. I would have liked to have seen him kind of take a bit more of a hold, just show a little bit higher energy level, if you will. I just wonder if he's a horse that just doesn't care for either the season or this surface itself, although I think Aqueduct Racetrack is the best surface we have in New York. I had to go with Mariachi. I just think he's doing what he wants to do. He's really just held his flesh so well. His coat is really resplendent. I like everything I'm seeing about him. I don't think he needs the lead, but he's certainly going to be involved early. And just to give you an idea of how old I am, guys, I rode this horse's great-great-granddam, his great-granddam, his granddam. I mean, I'm all over this family going back generations. Man, it just hit me how old I actually am.
It always does when you go back through horses' pedigrees. Just a quick shout out to the 1A in here, Full Moon Madness, gets Lasix for the first time, and a son of Into Mischief out of the multiple Grade 1 winner by the Moon, as they are heading into line, and we head up to Chris Griffin with the call of race 8.
And they're off. Speed from Capone is right up there up top and is joined up on the outside here from Mariachi. At the rail, here comes Dufusky Island to join them, but it's going to be Capone, who's in command, is up by that full length. Right to the outside, it's still Mariachi, is about to be joined to the inside by Dufusky Island, and now they're sharing that second and third spot. Just off of them, that's Colonel Vargo and the red cap Full Moon Madness, and the trailer, woohoo, that's me. They move into the far turn is 22.33. The opening quarter mile for Capone and Jose Ortiz in search for 4. Capone is in command, is up by a full length. Under full drive, Kendrick Carmouche and Mariachi towards the outside. Full Moon Madness. Trevor McCarthy there on the move. They split rivals nicely. And here comes Full Moon Madness. Colonel Vargo's drifted out wide. Dufusky Island at the rail and trying to run by them all will be woohoo, that's me. It is still Capone in front, but here comes Full Moon Madness, who just lugs it just a touch there. Mariachi had to check, and here comes Colonel Vargo, who's steering clear, and Colonel Vargo to the outside of Full Moon Madness. The complexion completely changes. Colonel Vargo's taking the lead. Full Moon Madness back to second. Late run here from woohoo, that's me. Colonel Vargo gets up for the win. It's Colonel Vargo over Full Moon Madness. Then came that late run here from woohoo, that's me, and Dufusky Island. Final running time, 1 minute 11 flat.
Sarah, this was a little bit of a roughly run stretch here, but the one that capitalized on it all was number 2 in here, Colonel Vargo, who took a step up in class and gets his 3rd win in a row for David Jacobson.
A horse that likes to come from off the pace, and he got a little bit of pace to close into. And here, as Capone was aggressively handled, adding those blinkers, and as we see Defusky Island
and
your personal cringing up here.
It's making me nervous again.
I mean, in a very
really
tight spot.
Concerned for Defusky Island and Luis Rivera, who rightfully so. The rail was his. Jose Ortiz did put him in a bit of a tight spot, and the mariachi kind of drifted back over to him. And I mean, when you're that close behind horses and nearly clipping heels, it's a very precarious spot there. Oh, actually, the 1A drifts over on Mariachi, who drifts into him.
We do have the inquiry sign, so we'll see.
Yeah, it was messy.
Yeah.
I don't think it would involve the winner, though. If anything, it involves the 1A in here who finished 2nd.
I would agree with that.
And there
it is.
Excellent call. And there it is. As we'll take a look here, yet again, yeah, as the 1A Full Moon Madness and Trevor McCarthy just take a step in, bumping Mariachi, who therefore does bump Defusky Island too, and Colonel Vargo just outside, away from it all, smooth sailing to the winner's circle.
Yeah, Isaac Castillo kept himself extricated from all of the drama towards the inside, got that nice clean outside run, and was able to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, and Colonel Vargo at 11-1 was the longest shot on the board, as we'll take a look again at this head-on. Now, Defusky Island probably had no business going up the rail, but ultimately you can make the argument, if we're going by the rules that they claim to go by, that did it affect the placing, then you could arguably say that it affected ultimately Defusky Island a placing.
And I think that you're also dealing with a situation where we're having a chain reaction of horses.
Correct.
Because you have Capone, who senses that the rail is a spot where Defusky Island would like to go, comes over just a little bit. I mean, it's still well within the rules, but
yeah,
then
I don't think Jose Ortiz did anything wrong.
Correct, but it puts him in that position to begin with, and Mariachi keeps him there, and then we have Full Moon Madness sort of causing the chain slide over for everybody, and of course, your winner not impacted by any of that, but I would say that this is a situation that might be a little bit more complicated.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, but again, the winner getting his picture taken, rightfully so, with Isaac Castillo, who will be spending the winter with us, who we've seen out at Oaklawn for the last 2 winters. So I feel like I've gotten to know Isaac quite well, and his riding, he does ride very well. I'm very impressed with what I've seen from him. And I know it's neither here nor there, but I like the way he rides the turf.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think he's
keep it in mind for April.
I can't wait till April. I'm already dreaming of the April back on the turf here. So we will recap the Fall Highway that took place earlier here on this Black Friday.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Disarm takes the mat win.
Ultima, they win the Bet Park Pennsylvania Derbies.
Wicked Halo, who wins the Raven Run Stakes.
Nobody catching Society.
Ring, Cyber Knight has won the
Thoroughbred racing is taking vital steps to make our sport safer. These include the use of independent veterinarians, strict anti-doping and medication controls, and a single national authority empowered to create uniform standards and enforce reforms. With each step, more data is gathered, accountability demanded, and progress made as safety takes the lead. Visit ntra.com/safety for more.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races as we still are looking at the stretch run, and it is unofficial still in today's 8th race. I don't think the 2 isn't in question here. Who was your winner? Colonel Vargo, as Mig is standing by with winning pilot Isaac Castillo.
Yeah, Maggie, Colonel Vargo and Isaac Castillo were well clear of that kind of messy stretch run. Isaac, we were talking off camera. This is a little further off the pace because shortening up in distance and a faster pace today. How comfortable were you when you were a little further back?
I control with the horse every time, depend the horse, you know. This horse always like the best race he have is like close like the front, but not too close, yeah.
Well, one thing I noticed about you, you seem to be able to fit whatever kind of horse you're riding. If they have speed, you can ride a speed horse. If they're close, you can come from off the pace as well. Are you more comfortable with one or the other?
I get comfortable with the horse and depend the horse, you know. She's fast, I have to be comfortable with him fast in the front. And she's in the middle of the pace, so whatever he feel comfortable, I'll be there with him.
Isaac, it's really good to have you here. I think you strengthen already very strong jockey colony, but it's going to get a little colder. You ready for the cold?
I'll be ready. I love it here. No, it's one of the best place in the country, so we're happy to be here.
Well, it's really good to have you here. And guys, he's a chameleon. He fits whatever horse is out there, and I told him it's always warm in the winner's circle.
Let me tell you, it can be pretty cold out there in Hot Springs, so I think he'll be A-okay, Isaac Castillo, as we do have a DQ here in race number 8. Disqualified from second was, excuse me, Full Moon Madness from second and placed 8th. 8th? What? Placed 5th behind
That's
number
incredible.
8. Very option because suddenly they've got more horses in the field. So the official order of finish is now 2-7-5-8. Full Moon Madness, again, disqualified from second for interference down the stretch. And I think probably the right call here.
I think so.
Because he did. He affected.
Look at those birds. They agree.
I've never interviewed a seagull before.
Oh, first time for everything.
Yeah, you know, my daughters would be really excited to go out there and try to chase them away.
Yeah.
That's like their favorite pastime
Try
at
to
the
catch a
beach.
bird?
No, to chase them away.
Oh, okay.
Like emphatically, like, ah. Anyway, we do have one more. They're taking baths.
They're having fun.
We'll let them go. Nobody else wants to be in the cold water right now.
That's very true.
Actually, it was a nice day out today. I didn't mind being outside.
Yeah.
The cold's yet to come. Wonder if we're gonna have more snow this year.
You know, it was a little snowy when I was in Massachusetts, and I was not a fan of that.
Wow. I kind of want to see some snow. No snow here today, just a lot of bold journey in today's fall Highweight, as he was well behind early in what, it wasn't a rapid pace duel here, Sarah, but they were going at it up front, and Jose Ortiz and Bold Journey bided third time. And what I find interesting about this horse, he's a little bit reluctant to switch to his outside lead, but every time that he eventually does, he finds another gear.
He does, and this is a horse that he's been ultra consistent. You know what you're going to get from him, and kind of funnily enough, he actually used to have quite a bit of early speed, and so he's sort of really changed his tactics, and they are working out for him as he's able to run down a very good horse in Durante, who did take some pace pressure, but this was a really good, solid group of sprinters at this level for today, and it was nice to see, even though he wasn't successful in any way. Win for Gold had a nightmare trip last time, so glad to see him get out of the gate. Didn't make a difference, however.
He did break very well today. He attended that early pace, but just too much Bold Journey in the end. And let's give the runner-up, Durante, a bit of love, as he's just really game. I mean, he takes all the pace pressure. He kind of has that awkward head carriage and still did not, I don't think, if Bold Journey was closer to him in the stretch, I wonder if he would have fought even more, but because Bold Journey was so far out from him that he didn't really realize he was going past him until it was just too late in the game. But no doubt about it, Bold Journey, a New York bred, getting the win in today's Grade 3 Fall Highweight, as we do have official prices to give you for today's 8th race. Colonel Fargo returns $25.80, and Sarah, not so chalky anymore.
I guess not.
That's Me rounds out the revised order of finish as he runs second here in Defusky Island. The probably the worst interfered with in that stretch run does get elevated to third. Colonel Fargo, $25.80 to spice things up for this late pick 5. Follow along with one race left to go. And there could be a lot of randomness coming up, though, as it often is in a maiden 30, as we see Run for Your Honey, though, a prohibitive favorite at 6-5, drop in class for her 7th start of her 2-year-old season. We'll have more coming up for this race. It is going a mile after this break here on America's Day at the Races. Stay tuned.
The Run Happies are running, the Run Happies are selling, the Run Happies are winning. Eclipse champion Run Happy is showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances.
The son of Run Happy, Nutella Fella, has won the hopeful.
One happy mama wins the Iowa sorority.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Introducing Venezuelan Hug, the tenacious, towering son of Constitution, now standing in New York. After breaking his maiden at Gulf Street, he dispatched Cityman and Allowance Company at Saratoga, going on to 6 wins in 10 starts, finishing with 3 straight stakes victories, including the Grade 3 Canadian Turf. Now a versatile sire, complementing any mare with size, looks, and athleticism that's been called the best-kept secret in New York. Venezuelan Hug, standing at Mill Creek Farm. Visit millcreeksaratoga.com to book your mare today.
The National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame welcomed 20 racing stables to this partnership and syndicate night. Every stable mentioned protecting horses through aftercare when they leave the racetrack. Saratoga Stable showed off trophies and saddlecloths won by its famous winners of Triple Crown races, Funny Side, who won the Kentucky Derby and Preakness in 2003, and 'Tis the Law, who won the Belmont in 2020.
Because we have a great training team and advisors, Barclay Tagg, Robin Smullen. We feel, any time that we're buying a horse. They know what to do with a good horse.
Bond Racing Stable showed off its homebred yearlings on video and explained they offer horses to partners in 10% increments. They make the decisions for the horses, which will all be trained by James Bond.
I think if you really want to get into horse ownership, this is the best way to do it, so you learn what it's all about. It's fractional costs. It's a very risky business, but at least you're not in it alone.
West Point Thoroughbred showcases its champion racehorse Flightline as an example of the heights to which a partnership can take partners. At Dreammaker Stable, Tom Gallo promotes buying into New York breds, which can race and win an open company, but have the protection of running in races restricted to New York breds. Jeff Michalowski liked what he was hearing.
We hope to one day see some winners if we get involved.
And before you get involved, it's recommended you perform due diligence on any partnership offerings.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, especially those tuning back in on FS2. I'm Maggie Wolfendale alongside Sarah Elbadwi as well as Richard Migliori reporting for us down in the paddock and trackside as we have one more race to go here on the Big A program for this Black Friday. It's a maiden claimer for the New York bred 2-year-old fillies going a mile in here. And Sarah, we do see a prohibitive favorite at the moment in number 4, Run for Your Honey.
Just a horse that's now getting that class relief after several attempts at the maiden special weight level, and they've tried everything with her. I mean, they've tried going short on the turf, going short on dirt, stretching her out on the grass, and then running a mile in an off-the-turf race. And honestly, she's kind of performed pretty consistently given all of those different variables. So perhaps now it's just a matter of needing some lesser company in order to be successful.
I think the biggest question is, will she get claimed today?
Well, I mean, you're more involved in that. Would you want her in your barn?
I say that because she would give the appearance of being a very sound and reliable horse for the fact that, you know, in only her first year running, this is her 7th career start, so she hasn't missed any dances, as you were mentioning. And the jury's still out on what she wants to do, but she has been consistent enough. And look, she's made $47,000 by not winning, so she's a check getter as well, and she certainly pays for herself. So it'll be interesting to see. And New York breds are at a premium, I think, at this time of year as we head into the winter months.
Absolutely, and just nice to know that you have all of those options going forward, because she's done them all and she hasn't done anything that poorly to think that you couldn't try those things again with her if you wanted to.
Well, we do see number 1 in here, Dame Catherine. She'll be switching back to the main track here, but at a route distance where first time out, going the 6.5 furlongs, she was completely out sprinted, and that race won by a gate-to-wire winner. She'll drop in class for Bruce Levine.
A horse that is getting that class relief, just like the one that is your favorite in Run for Your Honey. But with her, she didn't really do too much on debut, and then they tried going long on the turf, and that was a race that was won by a huge long shot, one of Greg's Game of Silks horses in Bertrill. So we'll see if this is ultimately going to suit her better, but I just don't know if she kind of like looks appealing based on the drop in class more so than any actual ability.
I thought you could make the case that she actually took a little bit of money, relatively speaking, in that 10-horse field first time out, and the pedigree would suggest that longer is better. But does she look like she'll like the mile distance? And for that, we check in with Richie.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest part of this handicapping conundrum here, guys, is, you know, who's going to really want the mile or maybe even excel at the mile. I think the one horse, Dame Catherine, you know, she sprinted on the dirt and then she went long on the turf, and maybe it's a little bit of that Goldilocks effect now where it's the right distance and the right surface for the right price, taking that drop in class. Got to, you know, deal with post 1 going a mile. Not the greatest post, but love the way she looks. Extremely well turned out. You know, Bruce Levine is very proficient with young horses. He doesn't get as many as some of, you know, his contemporary trainers, but he does good work, and she's making a really nice impression physically. The 4, Run for Your Honey, listen, she makes a lot of sense. She looks terrific. You know the mile is no issue whatsoever. And she's taken that drop in class, and her races on the dirt are just faster than what we've seen from anybody else on the dirt so far. Horse that I think is really going to improve because of the distance is number 10. Lone Star Wildcat. Now she, did debut for 30 and ran back for 30, and really kind of would need to show more. But looking at her, comparing her to everybody else here in the paddock, I do think she'll appreciate stretching out and being able to get into a better rhythm. She has a look to her of a horse that will appreciate the mile distance, and she's well posted towards the outside. So we'll see how it shakes out. I'll keep my kind of mind open as I watch them warm up.
All right, Mig, interested in a long shot, stretching out. Lone Star Wildcat adding the blinkers today for Gary Contessa, who managed to pull off a pretty big upset or two up at the spot this summer with his 2-year-olds in winning the Hopeful as well as the Schuylerville.
Yeah, I only had one of them.
Yes, you had the Schuylerville.
Pretty incredible.
Her name is completely escaping.
Becky's Joker.
Becky's Joker, and Nutella Fella.
Yeah.
If you want to play along with us, make sure you do so with your Naira Bets account. If you're not a member, become a member today. There it is. There's text, so you don't have to hear me talk. No, I'm kidding. But new members will earn that $200 deposit match bonus when you use promo code MATCH200. And everything you need to know is at NairaBets.com. You know what I thought was a little bit interesting on the outside is Let's Connect. Stretching out in distance, caught the sloppy track last time out in the debut, and kind of sneakily made up some ground. Granted, that was a maiden 30, so I get that the drop downs per usual, are a little bit more of an enticing proposition in here. But I thought there was room to improve, and Jimmy Ryerson is a trainer that I always prefer them to have experience as opposed to debuters.
You know who she's a half to that we know pretty well on this circuit?
I'm drawing a... Oh, Grump's Little Tots?
Yeah.
Definitely wants to go longer, I'd say.
I think so.
And the Connects as well. I like the Connect progeny. And with the Cigar Mile on the horizon, it would only be appropriate if a Connect daughter or son won here.
Are you making up your own feature angle?
Yeah. I like the way this is going.
I'm here for it. Once you get beyond your favorite, there's just a lot of avenues to go.
Well, more than, 3/4 of the board is double-digit odds.
Precisely. I mean, there's just a lot of horses that are very lightly raced and don't have a lot to go on and that are trying something new for the first time. So I think that's why there's just not a ton to really recommend about a lot of these other horses. And you could make a case for several other contenders in this field if you don't like the favorite.
I mean, Born for Greatness is a pretty big price right now. And look, the last race was not necessarily good, but, just kind of acted weirdly green in that race with Tavin, who she was kind of dominating things on the front end and a big drop-down horse. And she's currently 14-1 at the moment. Archivist, I know it's stretching a little bit, but I know she's been better on the turf, but she's dropping in class.
And faced some pretty good horses in her first 2 starts on dirt. I mean, Caldwell Loves Gold is a stakes winner now. Focus Pocus came back and ran okay. Even Solo Shot, she came back and won her next start.
Yep,
so
exactly. Yeah,
that's fair.
And then against some nice horses in those races, and you go to her outside with Mother Mary. She's stretching out. I think she didn't do much running last time out, but she was completely against the racetrack where you wanted to be inside speed, and she was out of it, 5 to 6 wide.
Yeah, absolutely. And you look at her debut, too. My Main Squeeze, who's a stakes winner now as well. Dolomite came back with that big win. Even Carol T is a horse that has plenty of experience and early speed. So really, this is a situation where if you're looking beyond a horse like Run for Your Honey and you think she's just had a lot of opportunities and she's kind of exposed, even though she is getting that class relief, if you want to look elsewhere, if you have some big opinion on somebody else in here, you're getting a decent enough price.
I'm going to tell you in a second.
A secret?
Yeah. Well, no, I will build the suspense. She's a little bit of a Paddock play for me.
Okay.
Based upon my notes. But jocks are getting up, so we're just going to have to wait because we need to bring you a
You'll have to stay tuned.
Yeah, that's what you call good TV, Sarah. Don't you know? No, I'm kidding.
We've been taking notes for a long time, don't worry.
We do see Lane Leslie in the irons. So great to see him get his first win in New York last week. It was a privilege to be able to interview him after that race and win as well. As we do kick off our post parade, though, with number 1, Dame Catherine.
Just a horse that is getting that class relief in only her 3rd start, so potential upside.
A lot of chrome on a lot of J's.
Yeah, absolutely. A horse that is making her 2nd dirt start and stretching out on that surface for the first time.
She's a Laker. She hasn't shown much.
No, you don't love to see the 3 Buyer donuts coming into a race like this.
Oh, I could eat a donut right now.
Ooh, same.
There's your favorite going by. Run for your honey. Here's number 5, Born for Greatness.
5 to 1 on the morning line and 15 to 1 right now, so quite a bit higher than expected.
Archivist will switch back to the main track.
One that you mentioned is just facing some good horses in both of her dirt starts and a big price right now.
Here is Mother Mary, 13 to 1.
Blinkers do go on for a horse that is stretching out for the first time, like many others in here.
Number 8, sorry, she's 20 to 1. 13 to 1 is number 8, Love Thyself.
Another one that is taking that drop in class for the first time after a couple of tries for Special Weight Company.
Here's a drop down in number 9, Hold Her Close.
Another one that is making that drop in class and has the routing experience, though, on turf.
Lone Star Wildcat puts the Short Cup Cheater blinkers on today.
A horse that Mig was a little bit interested in. We'll see what we get from this one.
And Let's Connect. She might appreciate the stretch out.
Yeah, one that you brought up, and we talked about the pedigree a little bit. Seems to point to dirt routing might be her thing a little bit more so than going shorter.
And I like seeing Kendrick Rumage in the irons for Jimmy Ryerson as he sticks around, too. I think is a bit telling. So he must have liked what he felt, I thought, in those late stages. If you want to get in on the action, make sure you do so with your Naira Bets account. We are offering that $200 deposit match bonus for new members. Just use promo code MATCH200 when signing up over at NairaBets.com. You ready?
I've been ready.
Love Thyself is my Paddock play.
Oh, yeah?
I wrote second time out, in that off the turf event that she'd probably want to go longer. And as we were mentioning, when you talk about horses that they have faced, as she is another drop down in here, Solo Shot, then last time out with Dolomite and Money Grab, and the 3 horses to run back. Ooh, the 4 does look good.
I know, I was just like, oh, who's that?
Okay. For second, Love Thyself might be an option
I
here.
picked her second, so that's great.
Okay, great. But as I'm sure you've noted, that the 3 horses to come out of that race, including Money Grab, who would win, improve their Buyer speed figures by at least 21 points.
Yeah, it's a big move up coming out of that race. So you have to take a look at a horse who was 30 to 1 in there, was 7 to 1 in her first dirt start, although that wasn't off the turf race, and just I thought could be a horse that I might want to use in addition to the favorite if you're still live to close things out.
Love it. As we check back in with Mig trackside.
Yeah, guys, not a lot changed. My first impressions from the paddock on the racetrack, the one Dame Catherine left the pony. Looked like she needed a little warming up, but she got going pretty good after she went about 1/8 of a mile. The 4-horse Run for Your Honey, I liked her in the paddock, liked her even more in the racetrack, and she checks all the boxes. She looks, like she's formidable on paper, and then watching her warm up, I have a hard time really seeing past her. I don't like picking 4 to 5 shots, but again, I can't see past her. I still think that towards the outside, the 10-horse, and my hands are a little frozen, so let me turn the page here. Lone Star Wildcat made a nice impression in the paddock. I'm still convinced that I think a mile will really benefit her. She's going to have to improve, but maybe the distance will be the great equalizer. I think the 4 will win, but those are the 2 I'm going to use underneath, the 1 and 10. Guys?
All right, Meg, I like it. Going with a little bit of price on the outside and your current second choice in number 1, Dame Catherine. And, I feel like you want the drop downs in here, Sarah, just because, as we've talked about, it feels like they are coming out of races that contain just a world of different horses. And while they may not have done that much running, I think with some of them, you can say that they did do just enough to be competitive in this spot.
Right, exactly. And I think that that's the mindset that is leading a lot of people to your current favorite in Run for Your Honey right now, because she's at least shown up against horses that I believe are better than the types that she's going to be facing today, whereas others, yes, they're getting that class relief, but did they really do any running? It's debatable. With her, she at least did some running.
And on top of all that, she's run second going a mile on the main track before. And to be fair, I know she was well beaten that day, but Bernie Takes Charge basically went gate to wire, and she really fought for that second place runner-up effort where, you know, she was kind of battling for it with another horse, and she really put her neck out and got her nose down there for the honor of running second that day.
Absolutely. I mean, I wish I had something more creative than a horse that is this short of a price with all of the logical things to like about her, but looking through the rest of this field, yes, there are horses that you can make cases for, but not enough that I could completely overlook your favorite.
Now, real quick, we're not on air tomorrow, but the Grade 3 Comely is coming up. Did you have any thoughts about that race? Who did you like there?
I think Just Catherine's a little interesting as a horse that I thought
agree.
ran really well when she was second behind Randomized in the Wilton. She's already defeated Raging Sea. I think you could come up with some excuses for her cotillion effort, because I think you wanted to be forward last time out in that race, won by Ceiling Crusher, and also a pretty tough field as well, and maybe she just didn't care for the off-going as much, but that's going to end up being my top selection for tomorrow's Comely.
And her connections believe that when they've tried her in those tough spots, they were running her back, in hindsight, maybe too quickly, as she went from that allowance win back to the cotillion in only 19 days. And now she's had just over 2 months between those two efforts and looks to be getting back on a fast track for tomorrow. I hear you. I think Just Catherine's interesting, though the outside two horses in Defining Purpose and Raging Sea certainly deserve a look as horses are loading in for this nightcap here on this Black Friday card. And we'll see, Run for Your Honey, can she complete at what has been a fairly, except for the last winner, chalky late pick 5 sequence, or will we see another upset to close it out? We head up to Chris Griffin with the call.
Let's connect to the outside. Is it? All set. And they're off. Dame Catherine's got speed, a lot of J's, goes right with her, and in between horses, Born for Greatness trying to be in the early mix, tightly bunched on the front end. Love Thyself is trying to progress forward up on the far outside. It's going to be 3 across the track, and now 4 of them across the track as they come out of the chute. At the rail, that's going to be Dame Catherine. A lot of J's is right there in that mix. Born for Greatness is in there with Love Thyself. Tight hold here for Run for Your Honey. The favorite tucked right in behind that leading 4 is in the 5th spot. And to the outside of that rebel comes Lone Star Wildcat out in the center of the racetrack, is now in 6th. 23 and 3 for the opening quarter mile. Further back in the field is She's a Laker, and She's a Laker is there with Holder Close. Holder Close is joined by Let's Connect, who's in that grouping, Mother Mary, and the trailer, that's Archivist. On the front end, still 4 across the racetrack, about to be 5, as here comes that 5-wide move from Lone Star Wildcat. 48 seconds flat for that half-mile time. Run for Your Honey is just crying out for room right in behind that leading quintet now. At the rail is Dame Catherine. A lot of J's backs out of there. Run for Your Honey is just looking for some clear running room, and Manny Franco sees it, and here comes Run for Your Honey. Makes it 5 across the racetrack. Manny just took a look back. There's 5 noses as they approach a quarter mile left to go, and out in the center of the racetrack, it's Run for Your Honey. Run for Your Honey now sprinting away. Alone in second here, that's Lone Star Wildcat, who's battling on. It's a late run here from Mother Mary from out of the pack. At the rail, Holder Close. Also in there is Dame Catherine. Run for Your Honey just needed that clear running space towards the outside, and it's going to win the finale by open legs. Geared down, Manny Franco with another one. Run for Your Honey in the finale. It's Run for Your Honey who gets it. Gets tight there. Tight photo. Holder Close is there with Lone Star Wildcat. Then a 3-way photo behind them. Dame Catherine was in there. Also was in there Born for Greatness. And to the outside of that one came Mother Mary. Final running time, 1:40.23.
Well, that was like pressing the easy button, as it didn't matter if she went to Home Depot, picked up some lumber, some candy,
she was always going to win this race.
I think we have to explain to our viewers that Home Depot is very close by.
Yeah, that's the parking lot you see when they come around the turn
So that we're
there.
not just
That is
making a
Home
silly,
Depot, so that's when we always reference it. Yeah.
I actually haven't been there, have you?
Not to that Home Depot.
Not that one?
No, I've just driven by it.
Yeah.
Sometimes I take the... Have you
Wow.
ever been to a Home Depot, period?
Yes, of course.
Okay, thank goodness.
Just not the
I'm
one
this
that's close
deprived
by.
child.
Anyway, Run for Your Honey, much the best in this race. I mean, we were watching and I was like, oh, well, she's going to go all the way out 6 wide and just pull away from this field, and really the class relief, all she needed to get the job done. And I don't like picking short prices, but when they win like this, I feel validated
Justified.
enough that I tried to look for somebody else. They just weren't there.
Hold her close, made it close between Lone Star Wildcat. I know Mig was interested in Lone Star Wildcat, stretching out in distance, and Mother Mary rounding things out. Lane Leslie aboard that one for Bruce Brown, as yes, it was a very formful last race with Run for Your Honey getting the win. Interesting to see if she was claimed or not, though. She wins for Mike Maker, Manny Franco. Stay tuned, though. We'll bring you official prices on the other side of this break.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire again in 2023 with standouts like Barrage at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got him.
War Saichi dominant on the dirt at Finger Lakes.
War Saichi has scampered well clear. War Saichi all the way with the top spot.
And Danzig Queen on the tap of the surface at Woodbine.
And Danzig Queen will come away and win by a length.
Consistently producing winners on dirt, turf, and synthetic. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back. Thanks for joining us here on America's Day at the Races is Run for Your Honey at 4 to 5 gallops. Rightfully so. Winning by open lengths. Manny Franco getting yet another win on the card to pad his lead as leading rider here during this fall Aqueduct meet over Hold Her Close and Lone Star Wildcat, as she completes a somewhat formful late pick 5 sequence. As we'll take a look, the only upset coming in the form of Colonel Vargo back in race number 8. Yeah, who returned 25.80 here, Sarah. But around that, pretty logical results.
Right, everybody else seemed to be pretty gettable as far as the sequence goes, and congrats if you did end up including Colonel Vargo within your tickets, because that was the only real price to speak of, and potential long shot, though not completely impossible, but congrats if you were able to successfully hit the ticket.
Yeah, well, tomorrow, as we talked a little bit about before that last race, we'll see the Grade 3 Comely for the 3-year-old fillies. They will travel the 1.125 miles distance, and installed as the morning line favorite is number 8, Raging Sea, who's coming off the back of a win in Allowance Company at tomorrow's distance. But before that, Sarah, she was defeated by a horse that we're both interested in, Just Catherine, but this is her last race, which did take place at Keeneland.
And she is the first one from the 2022 Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies to win a race since then.
Wow, that's a great fact.
Isn't that insane?
She was my pick.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. But she's the only one that has come out of that race to win a race, and it took her almost a year to do so. So I would say that that is not the most formful rendition of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies going forwards. But look, she was able to get the job done this day. She got a 91 Beyer speed figure for that effort over a sloppy sealed track at Keeneland, and before that had run a 90, so it's not as though that effort came out of nowhere. I like that she draws favorably towards the outside. She can sit just off the pace, but I also kind of just wonder, how good is she really? And at that price, wouldn't I rather have a horse that's already beat her?
Yeah, and you can get that in Just Catherine.
And here it is.
Yeah. Let's look back at that September 4th meeting between the two of them, and Just Catherine actually did go off as the favorite that day. And she was, forward in here beneath Javier Castellano. Now Trevor McCarthy will climb aboard for the first time. But as we mentioned, just kind of did not have anything go her way last time out in the cotillion with the wet track, the quick turnaround, the gate-to-wire winner in Ceiling Crusher. But I feel like she has been a pretty nice horse that has really rose through the ranks.
Right, and maybe you kind of wondered how good was that effort in the Wilton behind a horse like Randomized. But Randomized came back and was so good in the Alabama and then so good in the Breeders' Cup Distaff. So I think that at this point you have to understand that this is a horse that has quite a bit of talent and the consistency.
All right, as we will see Just Catherine and the rest taking in the Comely tomorrow. But next weekend, we will have the last of our graded stakes races, including the Grade 2 Cigar Mile, named for a horse that captured the hearts and imaginations of a country. 2-time Horse of the Year, Cigar. Let's learn more about his meteoric rise to fame.
For every great champion, there is a unique story. And for 2-time Horse of the Year Cigar, his road to glory began in his 5th start for Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott, who believed the Maryland-bred son of Palace Music had more talent than he had shown in 11 straight grass races.
The last time he had run on the turf, I think Julie Crone had ridden him and said, well, he galloped back good on the dirt. And I said, well, maybe it's time we try the dirt. So we were over here in October, and we really didn't know what to expect. He reeled off some pretty fast fractions, but he just kept widening his margin, and then came back about a month later and won the Naira Mile.
Cigar running a monstrous race today. Beat Double is due by 6 lengths.
Cigar would go on to win 14 more consecutive races, but possibly his most impressive and memorable performance came in the 1995 Breeders' Cup Classic.
It was a sloppy track, and I didn't know what to expect. I mean, he had never run in the mud before. Now we're facing a new challenge, and Jerry Bailey's holding on to him, waiting for him to go, and when he released him, I mean, he just, like you shot him out of a cannon.
Cigar! Cigar makes his move, and he sweeps to the lead with a dramatic rush, a 1/4 mile between Cigar and a perfect season. Jerry Bailey calls on Cigar for everything he has, and here he is, the incomparable, invincible, unbeatable Cigar!
Throughout his mighty 2-year reign as the best horse in America, if not the world, Cigar not only won the admiration of the most avid racing fan, but also captured the attention of the general public and made them fans as well.
You know, the great thing about his career was it lasted over a 3-year period. You know, good horses sometimes are limited to 1 year where they hold their form to that top level. It's very difficult to keep any top horse in form for 2 full years. He became such a a fan favorite, and he was America's horse. You know, Mr. Paulson's colors with the red, white, and blue, and we took him everywhere. We took him east, west, we took him abroad. Finally, it got to the point where people were saying, man, let's go see him. Let's just go watch him.
So, when it was announced that Cigar would be retired at the end of the '96 season, Connections made sure that America's racehorse was sent off in style. And what better way to do so than to van him into the middle of Manhattan to the world's most famous arena, Madison Square Garden.
Mrs. Paulson was into the show horse world as well, and they had the National Horse Show at Madison Square Garden, and she said she wanted to take him down there and parade him, and I thought she was absolutely crazy. But as it worked out, Bailey and I skipped the races that day. We both rode down on the horse van with him, and it really turned out to be probably one of the greatest experiences I've ever had. We brought him in and they turned the spotlight on him. I mean, everybody stood up, and it was exciting for me, and I think everybody that had ever worked around him and seen him for that matter.
One of my favorite pieces that I've gotten to be a part of in Cigar, one of my all-time favorite horses, and we will honor him this coming Saturday with the Grade 2 Cigar Mile. Chad Brown looking to win his third of that event, and also 3 Technique Senor Buscador, and possibly Ever So Mischievous taking part in that. But today it was all about Bold Journey in the Grade 3 Fall Highweight, getting the win for Bill Mott and Jose Ortiz. Thanks for joining us here. Our next show will be Sunday on America's Day at the Races on FS2.